Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where once again I'm going to be playing some Planet Zoo. And wow, do I have a big project in front of me! It's a multi stage project, and I call it the Swamp, but it's actually a lake. Uh, at least that's the way that it's been going so far. Uh, so, uh, there is a lot of work to be done here, which means I should try and get going at it as soon as I can. So this is the lake, and just to give a brief overview of what I did last week, I drew out the basic outline of what I wanted for the lake using the terrain tool. And then I used the terrain stamp tool to carve out the area, which has left some very weird chunky bits and stuff like that. And I have the two habitats that I want to have on the lake laid out over here. I have a couple of habitats laid out here to fill in this area. And of course there's this big area over here. I do want to bring the train tracks across the lake somewhere around this area. And I want to have a train station somewhere around this area as well. Probably after the tracks have crossed the water, but I'm still considering exactly how I want to do that, to be honest. So the main thing that I'm going to be starting with tonight is just getting the edges of this lake cleaned up, getting rid of the weird pointy chunky bits, and smoothing out the edges for the habitats so that the animals will be able to access everything that they're supposed to be able to access, and all of that fun stuff. And once I've gotten that done, I can turn my attention to these two habitats. Because I want to have their water actually, I want them to be game separated from the lake, but not visually separated from the lake. So this is going to get very complex very fast. Especially the gharials over here, because they are very close to the inadvertently extremely deep section. I'm hoping to do something to fix that up without breaking things too much. But you know, we'll cross the bridge when it comes to it. Speaking of, I decided against putting a bridge across here. Instead, I'm going to try and bring this path over so that it crosses like around the gharials and connects to this path over here. And hopefully have another one from over here that will connect up with that path at some point. So that's the current plan. So I'm gonna let time start running again. And I'm going to set this to sand. Actually, no, let's use the fine sand. And I'm gonna start pushing things around. Well, actually, first I'm gonna try just going to try and yeah, that should not have been sand. I want the edges to be sand, but and then if we just sort of pull this out here, so we have less of like the super deep area. Really close to where my habitat is. That'll definitely be much better. Just gonna try and get this area to be more homogeneous like. Okay. And let's make this a little bit bigger and just start pushing things around. Just get rid of the weird pointy bits. And, you know, push the lake out to the lines that I drew, hopefully. Admittedly, maybe I should have done this with something other than the sand that I used to draw the outlines in the first place. But the choices have been made. So there's a lot of removing weird chunky bits just right now. Shoving the edges of the lake outward. This is mainly just to work on getting it to the outline that I drew, kinda. And to give it a slightly more lake-like shape. It doesn't matter if it's smooth for this because I will be using the smoothing tool, and that will take care of a myriad of the sins that you see occurring here. So okay, let's back up and have a look. I'm just trying to get it to be a more smoothly rounded shape. Rather than having these strange pointy bits. More like that. This is where working at night really comes back to bite me because it is harder to see. Which is another reason why I'm working in the sand, because with the sand now, I can really see the edges of my lake. Okay. Now we come in with the smoothing tool. And I'm being especially vigorous with it through this area because I want the animals to be able to access the water. And this will work to get rid of any remaining chunky bits from having used the terrain stamp. That is the problem with the curved terrain stamp tool, is that it does tend to get a little jagged around the edges. Okay. And now for a water test. We want to try and get the water level to match this as closely as possible. And that is just about exact. And we see that there's too much of a cliff going on here. We are better over here, but there still needs to be some shoving down of the edges. Like the edges of the lake are too high all the way around here. So we definitely want to be pushing them down some more. So the main problem here is that I'm starting to take over the land area. So I'm going to pull this edge out. So that we are and then to give it some good solid pushes. More like that, I think. Okay. Smooth, 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 smooth. Water check. Getting better. Getting better. Still sitting a little high right through here. So let's give it a shove. Terrain's work is not an exact tool in this game. I kinda wish it were, but Okay, got it good here. Still needs to go down a bit over here. You know, if I was using the push tool instead of the smooth tool, this would work much better. Okay. We are definitely getting to the point where I like the shoreline that they're working with. What I'm gonna do, whoop, no, don't select the water. Don't select the water. Select the box. Nudge, 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 nudge. There. Okay. It's so much better over here than it is over here. I have really cliffed over here. The gators, they shall not have access under these circumstances. Okay, so let's get rid of this water. And give this shoreline a really good shove. More like that. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Water check. Hello? I have not shoved it hard enough. Gotta be careful because the smoothing tool does bring the ground back up again, so you actually have to shove things further down than your original intentions. Okay, you know what? I have really hecked this up. I'm gonna have to do the same thing over here that I did on the Gariel side. That annoys me. Okay, take this to grass. Bring this. Bring this well out there. And actually, for access purposes, we're going to have to bring the shore of the lake out further this way as well. Because I do want to bring the path through here, so I need to have a good launch point. So bring the shoreline out way too far. Give it some good, strong pushing around. No, I'm still suffering from cliff. I would be willing to bet that that's not going to do what I want it to do. But let's find out. Okay. Okay, we are better. There is access here, but we need to shove these areas down a bit more. Okay, let's try that. This is getting better. It's still a lot more than I would like, though. Why was it so easy on the other side? Why was it so easy on the other side? What am I doing differently? Whoops. Maybe I just need to be using a smaller brush over here. Okay, let's try this. This is sorta getting better. I would ask why the lake is so much deeper on this side than the other side, but I already know the answer to that one, so I'm gonna leave that part alone. It doesn't matter if the shore is a cliff in this area, because that's going to be completely obscured. Do need to do a little bit over here to make it less cliff-like, but See, once again, I'm biting way too far into the land area here. Why is this side being such a pain in my butt? Why? I know the reason is because it's so much deeper here than it was on the other side, because this map is not actually flat. So I'm actually going to have a much greater slope, which is harder to carve, go figure. Okay. Okay, hopefully I got it right this time. I'm gonna have to make the water higher in the... I'm gonna have to make the water higher in this habitat than it is in the lake, just to make it work. That's annoying. I can do it, but it's annoying. But yeah, I'm just gonna have to do it that way, because trying to get the lake to line up is just not gonna be doing it. Okay, please make this area look less like a cliff. Choose your angles carefully. Okay, it doesn't matter if this area is more cliff-y. This area I would like to be a bit smoother. So we're gonna give this some shoving around. Just trying to make things a little less weird. Admittedly, this area will never not be weird just because of how I'm doing this. That looks better. Leaving this side exactly as it is. This... let's give this a little yoink. Just a little yoink. Smooth out whatever is going on there. Okay, so basically it's going through doing this a little bit at a time. Do an area, put in the water, see how it looks, see if it brings you happiness. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to do the slightly higher water thing on both sides, which is another good reason to have them separated from the lake. I don't love what's going on right here. I wonder if I can give that a little shove. Sort of ease the transition a little. Kind of pull up this pit. And then smooth, 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 smooth. Most of all that will not be visible except as variations in the color of the water, but I'm trying to get it to vary as little as possible. Okay, so what do we have going on over here? Yeah, the shoreline is definitely sitting too high through here. So I want there to be more of a transition and less of a cliff. If I want a cliff, I will put rocks in. That looks a bit better. Still got the shore sitting awfully high. I wonder if I could... This is why you normally don't do this with the water there. But I was just range finding, basically. So then we do like that. Smooth, 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 smooth. My shoreline is still too high. I may have made my lake a little too deep. Hello? You know, this would probably look better if the sand didn't extend as far as it did. But that is so much better. Just keep giving it real good shoves. See, we're looking really good through here now. And then we go back to the sand cliffs of Dover here. So we give the edges a few good shoves. And smooth like their lives depend on them, which does. Okay, I think I've dropped in water level here somehow. Yeah, I am lower than I should be. Question is, where did I go wrong? I'm just gonna back this up as far as I can. This is the other reason why you should be doing it a small bit at a time. Because if you then have to undo things and redo them, you won't have to do what I'm doing. Okay, that's as far back as I can take it. And unfortunately, we still have lost water. Huh. Okay. If I just sort of shove that down like that, do I regain my water levels? Nope, I am still sitting low. Why am I sitting low? Where is the problem? I know it's in the area I was just working in. Just gonna double check that it's not this zone here. Interesting. If I want to match that level, I've got a red line here, but why do I have a red line here? Somewhere along the way, I shoved things down too far. On the edges, I mean. So now I just have to figure out where the problem is. Problem does appear to be through here. Not the entire problem, but a good part of the problem exists through there. Oh, we're still too low. Where are we not containing the water? Something I have adjusted has broken things, and the problem is that I have no idea exactly where the problem is. It's possible that I'm going to have to rocks the lake edges very strongly, because I may not be able to eliminate the cliffs. Okay, I haven't put any paths across this. Okay, I may have to go about this in a different way. Because we have to make sure that it's not what I did for the sake of the enclosures that's causing the problems. So it's time to get to some building, I think. This one's going to be a pain, but so is this one in its own way. But this one is basically going to be just a basic-ass rectangle, because I don't really want to deal with anything other than that. So let's start with the alligators. Okay, I need a solid-ass wall that looks like a solid-ass wall. So we are going to be looking at the stone walls. Oops. The stone walls, not the stoner walls. I forget, is the breeze block recolorable? No. Okay, that kind of puts it low on my list. I do not want the red brick for this. Concrete is recolorable. Do I have random I do have random rotation on. Go me. It's tempting to just go with the straight up concrete, I have to admit. The recolorableness is definitely a plus. The dry stone would be funny, but I think maybe I'll pass. I'm feeling like it might be a little dark for what is essentially going to be just a box. There's the rustic stone. I just used that recently for the tigers and the coyotes. I think that might be a little too physically close. There's the Indonesian temple, which is recolorable in a lot of different ways. That might actually work. I'm just gonna drop this in here. And then colors. I want to be going with like green values for this wall. So I'm going to be trying to find some decent green that would not exactly match the gator. You know what? Let's pull this more towards the yellow area. More yellow green. Okay, I'm gonna go with that, and then the other color will bring that to a more pure green. Whoop. Now I can't see the sucker. Oh no, we're getting some neon going on here. This ain't good. This ain't good. No, nope. Let's pull the gunge to a much darker color. Maybe down here. Oh wow, that is giving gator really strongly. I'm gonna go with this. Okay, and then oh, come on, just cooperate with me this once. Why do you keep doing that? Why are you hanging on me? Okay, just do the thing. Why, that is not the thing that I was asking you to do, and you know it. Okay. Did you think I was kidding when I said I was gonna give the gators a box? 'Cause I was not kidding. We need a slightly bigger box. I really hate the way that the Indonesian brick flickers when you overlap it, so we are going to do as little overlapping as possible. Okay. Yeah. Alright. I am really happy with the colors on that one. Okay, pull this out. Realize that the curve in the path is really messing with me. Okay, bring that over. Bring it over until we have cleared the curve? Question mark? That'll do. I'm gonna need to redraw this path. I will need to redraw this path. But I think... Or I could just... Oh, no, I can't rotate too far because of this. Okay. Alright, that's a good start. Just jump back in here. Build this. Okay, where is my Indonesian temple brick? There it is. Okay, we now have a box to end all boxes. And... okay, I'm gonna go fairly simple with this because I'm already causing myself enough problems. It is a pity about the extra wide spaces between the windows when you do this, but honestly, it's better than dealing with the alternatives. Okay. Like that. Now. And no, we've had this discussion before. You're not allowed to do that. Nope. We've talked about this. Okay, this goes here. And then as straight a line as my eyeballs can manage. Which is a little tricky because there's an optical illusion going on here. I think that's it. We're gonna double check. I'm just gonna grab these and we're gonna temporarily move them that way. Oh, definitely close enough for pictures. All right. And then connect. Oh, why won't you connect, pretty? Nope, that's worse. Okay, we'll go like that. And we will pretend that that slight weirdness going on in the inside corner is not actually happening. Very good. Okay. Then this group. Get down, get down. Nope, nope, nope. Like that. Okay. All right. This is not a factor yet, but I feel like I should check. Alligators. You need a 3.3 foot fence. Okay, so if I just finish this off, that will be the correct height. Perfect. Okay. All right, let's get back in here. Okay. I did not need to finish that whole wall. Oh no, that's a terrible mistake. Okay, undo. I only need this section up here because, yeah, right there. That is where the door goes. See, the main thing is that I really hate building with the barriers already in place because there's some like weird interactions. And it's also really hard to see what details you're working with. So, the thing is, I need the glass barriers. I like using the glass. I could use any of the watertight barriers here, but I prefer to use the glass because it's thin and it's easy to tuck into walls. So, I'm going to take this here. And we're going to approximate what I need done. And then we're going to move things around. is because the game construction barriers do not contain water. It would be a lot easier in this game if they did. Do I have this inside the wall? I can't actually tell. The answer is not exactly. Okay. Get in there. You must be part of the wall. You must be invisible to outsiders. You must be stealth glass. Okay. Water check time. Okay, that is holding water. And the shoreline looks about like how I would want it. We do have this weird bar here that something's going to have to be done about. It can't be big enough for them to poop on, because otherwise, if it is, the keepers won't be able to do anything about it. So I'm going to give that a shove. Like that. It is still a problem, but it's one that I can probably fix with rocks. Okay. That's the gator side. The gharial side is going to have to be a bit more creative due to the land things that I have had to set up for them. But this is also why I decided not to have a bridge that comes across here, because this is actually the best place to have the keeper access. But it also means that I'm probably going to want to do this as two shapes so that I can... Basically, I would want a square out here, kind of like what's outlaid, but I would want another like a square here. So I think I'm going to have to build this as like two groups that happen to touch, which is going to be interesting. I might actually be a bit lazy and just build out from the groups that I already have. Just, you know, make them touch better than they currently are. Like, actually build the water on this shape and build this part of the enclosure on this one. Line them up and then, well, no, I don't want to merge them because I still want them to keep their own grids. But yeah, this enclosure is going to be complicated. And also, I do kind of like this angle, the way that these two meet here, so Do I do this on 3 groups, or... We're gonna have some experimentation here. But yeah, I'm gonna build off of this group to start with, because this square is pretty much exactly where I want it. So, I do still want to use stone here, but I want to use something that's different from the stone that I used over for the alligators. It's very tempting to use the conservation, but I think I used... Didn't I use the conservation very close to here physically somewhere? Oh yeah, the raccoons. Yeah. So yeah, don't want to use the conservation. If the dry stone were recolorable, I would absolutely use it. But I don't want something so gray for the water. I want something that's actually in contrast to the water. Could go with limestone. It's recolorable. The only problem with it is that it is very flat. Admittedly not as flat as the plaster, which we will definitely not be using because my brain has a little knip when I think about putting plaster in water. Is the stone brick? No, the stone brick is not recolorable. I don't really want to go industrial for the gharials. We could go with the temple wall. It's not recolorable. But I do kind of like the chunky... Oh, actually, wait. We use the painted temple wall, and then it is recolorable. Are you telling me this was built on a half grid? You monster! We will deal with that when or if I have to. So it's going to be slightly bigger. Okay. I do want to stay in the green values, but I want a different one than the gators have. So I'm actually going to come up closer to the blue area. And then I do want something that kind of stands out from the water. So let's go with that. Okay, we'll do like this. I'm just going to... Oh, you monster. Just let me eliminate the wall that is inside. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then this group, let's just pull temple here because that actually works for both construction projects right now. And make that the same color. And if I do that, and then come out here, okay, okay. There is still, like, things that have to be dealt with along this edge. But I think I'm very close to the kind of shape that I wanted. And hopefully there's still enough for a keeper path right there. Like this one. It is almost guaranteed that I'm going to have to draw this viewing side. But yeah, okay. Oh. Wait a minute. Going to have to lose the original square. And the measurements. Because, yeah, I'm about to start moving this stuff downwards, and I don't want to vanish that underground where I can't take care of it. I missed a piece. I will live with that. Okay, for the moment, just want to line that up there. Now here's the main problem in that I want to keep this line. But how do I do that when I'm going to be going underground with it? I will figure that out at some point. Okay. Rotate. This corner is going to have to be fixed. This corner can't exist. Also, why is this side higher than that side? I must have hecked up somewhere. Okay, we have a handshake. Hopefully moving it is enough to grab the color. Let's see here. There it is. Yes, moving it was enough to grab the color. Alright, angle, snap. Whoops, wrong rotation. I want the red, not the green. Okay, now it's upright. Line it up. Like that. Okay, flip over to this group. And there is a thing that I hecked up along here somewhere, so temporarily what are you doing? Why are you like this? Don't mind the jank, it loves you. Yeah, this whole section I put in too low. And now it's arguing with me. How dare you? Take that! Okay, that corner is a little janky, but I will figure something out. Possibly I'll hide it with some rock or something. Well, not really rock, but if I'm remembering correctly, yeah, the Indonesian temple stuff has all of these support beams which are quite handy for various kinds of projects. So I'm sure I can figure something out. Speaking of, this corner, that corner cannot be. Let's see here. I'm gonna need some of these. Whoops. Oh, no. I am doing this in the weirdest possible way. Oh boy. Oh, I forgot. With these you need to flip them around each time. Hold on. And like that. And one more for luck. Okay. Then take all of these. Level them with the wall. I said level them with the wall. I just love that you're going to do that. Okay. Turn off angle snap. Oh wait, no wait. Turn angle snap back on. 45-degree angle. Shove that sucker right in there. Do my best to center it. And then tuck. And tuck. You know, come to think of it, in this color, this is kind of given, you know, crocodilian skin. My only problem is that I don't know if this is enough land. We'll cover that base when I come to it. But yeah, let's see. This wall has got to go. I'm not sure if I need to do anything about that wall or not. This one is fine-ish for now. Okay. I let go of it too soon. Consarn it! Back in, back in. Set the color. Delete this one. Keeper access door. This is going to be a pain in the ass to finish this one. And also, I just did that wrong. Put that back. All right. Bring this down so that there's just a lip above the ground. And then regret having left that one there, but bring this one down to match it and completely lose the other one underground. No good, no good, no good. Okay, we're gonna have to adjust this one. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. Then what we're gonna do is just grab these. And pray for me. Ah! I immediately started losing control. It was instant. Okay, bring this up to like there. Get rid of that, get rid of these. I do not need these now. That should stay above ground. Bring that down here. So that lines up there. This is a very interesting shape that I've got going on here. I kind of like it, but I'm also like, oh, foxwine. Okay, you know what? This is fine. This is too close. This I'm gonna have to adjust. We are going to enter back into group editing. This piece, I'm gonna take this and put it over here. Oh, no, I can't put it there. I'm gonna put it there. The door goes here. I'm leaving this wall off for now because I need it for other purposes. And back to the 30 degrees. Bring that upright. Line it up. Line it up. I said line it up. Bring that out there like that. Oh, bugger. Okay, I'll just... Actually, let's just stick that out just a little too far, because that'll give me a better line to work off of for when I'm crossing this curve, which is not going to be for a while, we pray and hope. Oh boy. I know the water is going to be big enough. I'm just not 100% sure that I'm going to have enough land for the full complement of gharials, but bridges that will be crossed when I actually have water to build bridges over. Okay. And then I'm just gonna hop into here again. Problem is my grid is all underground now, so this is gonna be interesting. Grab these. And yeah, put that there so that I can continue to measure the water with it. It's a mess, but it's my mess. We're just gonna make that go away entirely. Okay, so the glass is going to be a little bit more complicated for this part than for the other one. Because we have these interesting angles, but it will be totally doable. Just gonna take some juggling. To make this easier on future Foxwine, I'm going to set this post in this corner. This is not a job that Angle Snap can do. Come out here and out here. I'm gonna shift this post further in so that this panel isn't super short. Excuse, what are you doing? Stop that immediately. Why are you adding panels? Did I tell you to add panels? No, I asked you to select this post so I could move it. Okay, and so we just tuck, tuck, tuck. Oh, pansexual water, hello! Welcome to my stream. The age-old fighting the fence. Yeah, the in-game barriers are a little finicky. And honestly, they frequently decide that I have selected a control that I have not. That is not inside the wall. Let's try from this side. Maybe it'll be easier from this side. I have made it hard for me to see this corner, so that's a whole ass thing. Okay, I have made it very hard for me to see that corner. That's going to be spectacular. Okay. And now we play the game of, are the water levels going to be correct? I am working on my swamp, actually. There's going to be the two animals that are going to be living in the water here. Over here are going to be the American alligators, which I have been setting up. So, like the one that I was just working there, I built kind of the shell of the habitat, and I put in the glass so that I'll be able to contain the water, because the water in the habitats are going to be a different level than the water in the lake. Placing down how large the areas are is genius. Oh yeah, these things, I got them from the workshop. There's a whole set of measuring shapes, and I have scrolled up too far, so now I'm going super slow. If we come over here to where I have my stash, basically it's this, it's in the Steam workshop. It's just a set of measuring. These are all the areas measured out nice and I use them a lot. I use them in every zoo that I have. Every zoo I build, whether it's franchise or whether it is I slap down these things. Let's see if I can manage to find it. Whoop, no, no. I've forgotten what they're called. I put them down in every single zoo, but do you think that I have actually marked them? I appear to have not marked them. I will find them. They're in here somewhere. I grab all sorts of things from the workshop. I don't always use them. Sometimes I just grab them so that I can put them down and take them apart in order to figure out how they work. But when I find these things, I am gonna heart mark them so fast. I'm just trying to find them. I can't. I put them down all the time, but can I remember what they're called? No. Are they even in here is the question that occurs to me. Usually either ending with way too much space. Yeah, it's so easy to build things too big in this game. It is just way too easy to build things too big. Okay, so let's cheat, because I know the material is counted as stone. Let's see if I can find them this way. Can you tell how long it's been since I started a new zoo? Oh boy. You know, I swear it's easier to find them. Ay. Statues, fonts, blah 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 blah. Wait, there they are. There they are. Size references. You should be able to find them in the Steam Workshop if you look for size references. The sense of size is so screwed sometimes. Especially when you have a massive area where... Yeah, exactly. Like, some creatures really do need an absolutely massive area. But... Okay. They are properly heart-marked now. And now you get the overview of my zoo. I have been working with a large scale in here. You can tell, like, I'm zoomed really far out, and yet it's still this big. Found them. Oh, excellent. I have found them to be invaluable because you can, like, put down multiple squares. Like, for the gators, and over here are the gharials, they both need about 500 square meters of water, so they get a 500 square meter water box. And then for the land, you know, I've been squishing things together for land for them because they've got weird numbers that aren't actually covered. But probably hate hippos most of all. They need so much space. Oh, wait until you have polar bears. I have found polar bears to be the hardest thing to house in a zoo. Their water to land ratios are horrific, and their temperature requirements are just, oh my goodness. Now, where was I? Oh yes, I'm working on the gharial section here, and I've just finished putting in the glass, and we're going to play Does It Hold Water to the level that I wish it to hold water. And the answer is, oh, this is very bad. This is very, very bad. Oh dear. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to recarve this real good. Okay, am I still on sand? Yes, I'm still on sand. Actually, come to think of it, let's switch to something that is more visible. We're gonna go to dirt. Okay, shove. My main concern is that by doing this, I just keep nipping away their land space. Okay. Ready to start over. I may have made the lake too deep. I honestly, that may be my problem. Maybe instead of shoving, I should be pulling. Just like peafowl because they breed out of control so quick. Oh yeah. Like, they're great to start a zoo. Like, if you're starting a franchise zoo, it is great to put peacocks in because you get a high turnover of money from them and a little bit of points. But they do breed so quickly and they mature so fast. it does become a problem. Like, they're great to start a zoo with, but honestly, I would say they need to be removed from the zoo after a certain point. Do like how easy it is to get albino. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, back to the dirt. Let's try pulling the bottom of the lake up instead of pushing the shore down. Let's try that. Now, I can't do a lot too close to the barriers, but a lot of sins will be forgiven by rocks. Even then, they need a massive area for all... Yeah, and they need like 2 keepers for all the poop. My god, they shit. Okay, smooth. You will be smooth. I demand smoothness. Alright, water. We are still having problems here. Like, I'm gonna have to move the glass in order to be carving around this area, and I hate that. Alright. Take this and put it over here. And take this and put it over there. Oh, bugger. Belay that order! Take this and... Okay, it's still on shore if I put it here. Hopefully I can change what I need to change. Do you like animal facts? As long as they are Twitch allowable, yes. And or YouTube allowable, because I do archive my stuff on YouTube. So it has to be YouTube and it has to be YouTube and Twitch approved. So not too much sexiness. Okay, let's give this a yank. And pull that up too. Oh, now I've got a lump. I have so many lumps. Oh no. I just want a shoreline. Why won't you let me have one? I'm still not sure about what's going on here, but let's try... Let's try bringing this back. Okay, continuing the game of will it... I saw that joke already. You're not going to trick me into reading that one aloud. I saw it twice, in fact. I was in that stream. I was right there. We were talking to each other. it's still insisting on being too low. Like, why is it insisting on being down here? That ain't right. Alright, time to get pushy again. Did I overdo it? I probably did. We're getting better, but it's still too steep. Cracking my brain cell trying to think of a pun. By the way, I have many channel point redeems, and one of them does happen to be to get me to tell you a joke from my extensive list of dad jokes. If the decoy gets caught by a predator, would that make it collateral damage? That's a good one. That is a good one. And I mean, that's what it's there for, right? How do I fix this? I just want the Gharial to be able to get in the water, you know? This shouldn't be this hard. Okay, let's try going down. I'm going to take that spot and we're going to do something mildly horrific. Water says... My slope is getting better, but my amount of water is still not right. I'm sure the Gharial would appreciate actually being able to get in their water. Yes, I think they would appreciate that too. I'm making it so much worse. What do you think I am trying to do? I keep getting so close while still being so far away. Why are we like this? Alright, starting over. Scrub out all the work that has been done before. Don't mind me while I try a different angle. It's always worse before it's better, right? All I want is just a nice slope that goes into the water. Why is that too much to ask? No, Why? There's no reason why it should insist upon being down here, right? What is stopping it? The glass goes all the way up to there. See, I don't want the water to go all the way up to there. Why has it even offered me a water line that goes up to there? Okay, I think I'm getting closer. We're starting to get there. I feel like this ought to work. I feel like it ought to work. Why do you think I want... You know, I think that might be the best that I can get. that is probably the best that I can do with this. There's a lot that I can fake with rocks. I think that's the closest I'm going to get with the holding water part. As I do have to be careful about how much land I end up nipping out. Okay. So that is those two, and they are nicely corralled off. So how's the lake looking? I'm kind of scared to push the edges at this point, so I think I might just leave it all cliffy and just do a rock thing on the cliff edges that end up being exposed. As if I leave it this way, I wonder if these guys are actually the right height. It would be nice if I didn't have to adjust them. Let's find out. Hallelujah! I don't have to adjust the height. I do need to find my plan, though. I have a plan. I need to draw this correctly, is what I'm saying. Not that. Not that. Where is my house plan? Ah, there's my house plan. Okay, this comes out here and here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that comes out there. And that comes out there. And we have a refusal. Fascinating. You know someone's serious about their game when the real life notes are made? Oh, you don't even want to know. This zoo actually has a series of plans. And the thing is that I have a structure that I have planned for this spot, basically. And it's a complicated structure, so I had to make floor plans. Okay, so the shops and the toilet are cooperating, but it looks like I'm going to have to put down the exhibits again because they are not letting me put the path in between them. So that's great. Okay, we'll go into this group. And use the group to put down some exhibit boxes. Oh boy. Oh, the battle is real. Oh, it's doing things. I don't want you doing that. We'll talk about you doing that later. Oh, it's because of what's going on here. Oh, I see. can't put down a grid piece in between. Okay, best thing to do then would be to put down the path pieces that I want. Like so. And then put the exhibits in. Okay. Okay. I understand. We'll work with it. We'll go like that. Then come in here. This goes bye-bye. This goes bye-bye. That goes bye-bye. We pull the grid out here. We have a very interesting argument. Now, you insist upon having rounded corners there. Okay, fine. Fine. You gonna be like that? You get no floor at all. Thanks, I hate it. Now why do you suppose this is happening? I think my life might be easier. Did I forget? What? So this thing would actually be on the grid that it's supposed to be on? More fool I. Okay, how about if I take this and I move it here, and then I can move this here, and move this here. This is gonna change the plan for the second floor, and I hate it. You left the incorrect offering. I'm not sure I made an offering on this one, actually. That might have been my mistake. See, the main thing is I want to have a gap between the bathrooms and this exhibit. But I need to have these two exhibits on this floor so that there's room for the right number of exhibits on the next floor up. So... So since this puppy refuses to line up correctly to this corner, it's going to have to move in. Everything will be fine. Annoying to deal with. Maybe just a little. Just a little. Just a touch. Just, I am gritting my teeth right now. You are not doing that with an 8-meter path, you... Why are you a different color? Why are you... I think I need to come out one more ka-chunk and then curve. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Why are you every Planet Zoo player ever? Exactly. Okay. We are going to be ignoring the alligators and the gharials just for a bit because I want to build this building and get its paths set and connected and stuff before I figure out how I'm going across the lake with the other paths. So, it's a whole thing. I also forgot to check to see if the water levels were above my currently built walls or not. I'm going to make that a future Foxvine problem. Okay, so... I need this path to come out to over here. The question is whether I can do it on the level or whether I'm going to have to rise. I think I should be able to do it on the level. Let's find out together. Slate path 8. I'm going to make this slightly longer. I can stay on the level. Excellent. I'm actually going to grab the grid here. I want this right here. Oh, okay, you're going to be like that? Fine. Then I insist upon you using a proper T-junction. I'm gonna just do like this. You know what? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm having right about there. Here. Well, I misset it. I can already tell I misset it. But we're gonna be fine. In this future, everyone gets to live, including the path. And like that. And we're gonna make sure it's let go by turning it off and turning it back on again. And we're gonna play the how much of this nastiness over here can I hide? Maybe if I make it a little bit longer, it will let me curve it prettier? Ooh, yes, okay. Oh, I can hide that entire ugly bit? Thank you. And bring this out here. I feel sort of like I should be using Snap, but oh dear. Okay. I need you to like extend over there. Then we'll lengthen you out a bit more again. Hello? Why? Oh, path arguments. Why can I not play a game without you? I want this, like, right here. So... good enough. Oh, that's ugly. Oh, thank you for making that so ugly. Okay, and this one... I'm just gonna bring this over here. There is not going to be a lot of viewing angles for the gators, I realize. Okay. Yes, I know you're underwater. Right about there. And like that. No, 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 no. Stop that immediately. You were not given permission to do that. Cease and desist. I don't know that I'm going to need this entire. Actually, let's turn on Snap just to make this easier so it's nice and straight. You know, the main thing that I hate about all this is the way that you have to keep turning the paths on and off again just to, you know, get what you are looking for. Okay, there is great evil that is going to be occurring here. Take this here. Force it to a T-junction. Why this setting will not stay on, I do not know. We're going to try and get these two connect in a way that does not make my eyeballs hurt. Your zoo looks so neat and thought out. I love it. Thank you. I do have a plan. This is Nocturne, which is a nocturnal zoo that is only open at night, which is why I'm only building in the dark. So it only has nocturnal animals, or animals that are both nocturnal and diurnal in it. So that's kind of why we have this going on. Got a lurk, but it's 3:30 a.m. Oh my goodness, you are in a much different time zone. It's 9:30 at night for me. It's really, really sick, and I love it. Yeah, so I have a list of the animals that are available in Planet Zoo that are nocturnal, or that are the combo, which the word I do not remember right now. And I've been working off of that one, and I built the castle, and I've been building outward from the castle ever since, basically. Well, it's been very nice to have you here. I hope that you have a nice sleep, since I assume that you are lurking to sleep. Okay, now... this path... Okay, let's grab this grid and bring this out here, like that. No, 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 stop that. You don't get to do that. You are not doing that. No. 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 Absolutely not. Stop grabbing the other paths. Let's see if I can eyeball this instead. Basically, I want to leave like this bulb here for alligator purposes, and not have it connect to that directly. So I think what I want... Whoop, hey! What I want... There we go! Now, this is connecting smoothly, so I don't have to force it to a T-junction. So I want to... You know what, bring this out to the largest length that it will allow me. So I can curve it. I kind of want it to connect before the viewing area. Like, I want it to connect over here. Can I do that? No. No, that curve is verboten. This is the furthest over I can go, so we'll use that. We'll connect in there. I actually kind of like... Do you mean crepuscular? No, that doesn't sound right. There's a word for an animal that can be both diurnal and nocturnal, but for the life of me, I can't remember what it is. Crepuscular is for dawn and dusk. Yeah, okay. That is a very nice, like, it's nice to have a word for that, but it's not that word. It's a word that's used for animals that can switch between being nocturnal or being diurnal. I'm sure it ends in an ernal. I wish that I could get this to S-bend just a little bit more, but I think I will work with that. And then I'm going to pull down to 4. Oh, it doesn't quite reach, huh? Okay, that's fun. Oh. Oh. There's no... I can't attach there? Why can't I attach there? Okay, plan B. Plan B doesn't like me either. Oh, that's ugly. Oh boy. Okay, if I force it to T-junctions, will it look any better? Actually, let's undo the nubbin. Maybe it's the nubbin that's causing the problems. Why were you attached down here, but not up here? Like, ideally, I would want you, like, attaching right in the middle of that nice little path there. Because I don't want it doing, like, this thing. This is ugly. Like, this is super ugly. Okay, wait, I've got it. I think I win. It's definitely not where I wanted to attach it, I have to admit. I would have preferred to attach it here. And we're definitely going to have to do something about this little divot of land here. Okay. I just... Look at the hideousness that it wants to try to do here. Like, why? That's so awful. I honestly don't understand why I can't attach a path through this curve here. Can't do one on the inside either. There must be a height difference. Oh, there is. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. There's a height difference between these two sides. That's why I can't do it, because this is actually a super subtle slope. Okay. Progress? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay, I need to come and grab this guy over here. Come with me, little dude. Wait, I'm getting lost in my own sauce. Just pop that down there for now. That's probably not the exact spot that it's going to be in, but that's good enough for now. Okay. Okay, so I can have Gharial water viewing here and here, and then land viewing here. The alligators get water viewing here and here, and land viewing here. Do I want to have the argument that would be getting this path to go down this side? I don't think I do. I don't really like the nubbin, but I don't see a clean way of not doing that particular nubbin. Because I don't want this curving right from the end. Okay. These three things are very close together, and the rest of the lake is quite large, but I do intend to be bringing the train over this end of the lake. And we do run into a space and measure issue. Because I want to put a train station in over at this edge of the lake. So, I will do the train station after I figure out this building, I think. And yeah, I am gonna make this into an enclosure, although there will have to be things done about pits. And then we'll have this enclosure over here. Yeah. So that is actually the secret. My zoo looks really planned out and put together, but that's because I only plan one piece at a time. Sorta. I've been jigsawing the whole thing together. Just making things fit into the spaces that I have. There's still a lot of work. There's my river needs to be finished and decorated because right now it's just a water-filled trench, which is not attractive. And well, this keeper zone requires adjustment, which I might actually do soon. You know what? It's getting very close to my break time. So let's literally turn our backs on the water for the moment and get these arrowroot bushes spread out over this area. Once I found some trees to put in, because this edge of the zoo is woefully lacking in trees. So, what have we got around this area? It seems to be mostly deciduous, which means I think I need an evergreen and a deciduous. Let's filter for trees. I wonder, I don't think I can get away with the Korean pine tree with the arrowroot. I think I need some more top heavy trees. The corkwoods are a little small. So are the custard apples. I mean, not the festive spruce. No, not the giant red cedar either. I really like the Korean pine trees. I think they're beautiful. But they don't work well with really fluffy ground cover. They just blend together with it. And it doesn't look great. So, for continuity's sake, I have arrowroot here and here, so I would want to like join these two patches together to have continuity of ground cover through here, which means that I can't go with a super fluffy tree, well, a super fluffy close to the ground tree like the Korean pine, simply because it ends up blending together. Although, like, maybe I can take this cute little this cute little pine tree and find someplace else for it, like over here maybe. Yeah. I love the Korean pine trees. I do not use them half as often as I really feel I should. Monkey Puzzle has the advantage of looking kind of evergreen without actually being evergreen. But, you know, I think I'm gonna need something like more... I'm gonna need something that's like fluffy on top to balance out the arrowroot. You know, the London plane might actually do pretty well for this. Maybe not the biggest one. Maybe the second biggest one? Or maybe I should use the biggest one. Like right now, this is the tallest thing that I have at this end of the zoo. So maybe if I use the largest of the London planes, because if I do that, I really only need one tree, don't I? For that spot, yeah. I do feel like I want something a little smaller as well. Wait. Let's go back to the custard apple. Is this gonna... You know what, let's go with the corkwood because it will blend less. Like I love the custard apples, but it's gonna end up really blending with the arrowroot. Although they are the same color. Actually, hold up. I think I can make this work. I think this will actually work because they're the same color. We'll use that one there. Pop one like that. And one like that. And we'll use the corkwood here. Actually, we're gonna use the corkwood to cheat a little. like that. Just give it a little more volume. I will mess around with that a little bit more later. Probably I should put something underneath that as well, but I will figure that out. No. Close. Very close. Not quite there. I don't think I can get this to fit. I want it to. I really do, but I don't think any of these are quite the right size or shape. Yeah, that is actually inside. Oh boy. And that one's just way too big. Okay. It was a nice thought. It's definitely not going to work. Tempting. Maybe not that particular one. Okay, yeah. Put that one there. This space I still need to figure out, but until I've worked a little bit more on the railroad, I'm going to leave that side alone. Likewise, I can't really do this edge until I've got stuff over here set. So that'll be the plants for this area for now. What is this? Oh, hookthorn acacia. Okay. That does remind me. Let's check all the trees that I just put in for climbing. Something I've mentioned multiple times today and will continue to mention forevermore is remember to turn off climbing on everything that is outside of the habitat of a climbing animal. Because the game constantly calculates exactly how much. Like they are constantly calculating the climbing paths on everything that is climbable, even if there's no animal anywhere near it. It eats your processing power for lunch, breakfast, and dinner, and then comes back the next day and asks why your buffet is empty. So, alles turn off climbing. Alles. I want something, and I think you will do nicely. Where's the small? Not the dry. There it is. Oh, that's too small. Okay. I'm gonna use the buffalo grass and just sink it just a little bit. Make sure it isn't really coming through the floor over there. Okay, good. It's perfectly fine if it comes through underneath these. The concrete pad is definitely big enough to make up for it. But gotta be careful in here because visually it can be a little bit weird if the grass is coming through the floor. Tuck that in properly. Okay. And then this. Just gonna duplicate it. Randomly spin it. Ooh, that's good. I'm just giving this an absolutely obscene amount of fullness without sending it through the wall, we hope. Just to make it look super big and healthy, basically, like so. Okay, now this arrowroot and I are going to become best friends. As long as you remember to turn on angle snap, arrowroot is, well, as long as you remember to turn on random rotation. And you use the directional tools to sync it a little because it does, it do dome quite a lot. When you sync it down, it does this nice spreading out the leaves thing, but when you just have it sitting on the ground, it's a dome and it's really hard to merge with itself. But if you sync it down just a bit, it's a lot easier to work with. So I'm just running it along so that it slightly disguises the path edge. We know the edge of the path is still there, but the leaves are kind of overgrowing it. And believe me, as someone who has had to do with a garden that was planted with periwinkles, this whole reaching out into the stone path where they could not possibly grow is definitely a thing that sort of plant does. And admittedly, arrowroot is absolutely not the same kind of vining plant, but when you use it like this, it kind of looks like one, and it can be used in very similar ways. Yeah, this isn't just visually. It's not just guests who get a happiness boost from being around or near a lot of plants. Staff also get a happy boost from being in attractive places. So you can actually make your staff happier by planting a lot of bushes and trees around your staff rooms, which will also help to make your staff rooms more tolerable to the visitors, and everybody wins. I really want to cover up this corner because it is really ugly. So don't mind me while I make things like super thick just around this area. I never want to contemplate what that corner is doing again. Okay, I have nearly caught up with myself here. As you can mainly get away with this because the characters in this game, they prefer to walk down the dead center of paths. They will almost never step to the edge of the path unless there is like a viewing area for an animal or something like that there. And even then, staff members won't do that. So staff paths you can actually almost completely cover, and it still won't be a problem because the staff will just walk right down the middle of the path. Okay. Now this is one of the reasons why I painted dirt here. I find that the arrowroot looks better when it's on dirt than it does when it's on grass. So the fact that it's on dirt just makes it look better. Oh, and I left a little gap underneath that tree. Let me fix that. There we go. So now that I've finished this area, these people who are walking away with their lovely treats and stuff will be getting a greater attractiveness bonus from passing by all this stuff. Actually, I think I want one of these. I'm just gonna pop this down right there. Perfect. And you know what? I'm just gonna sink this tree just a little. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. Admittedly, now this area looks even more naked. But, you know, it's fine. So, generally speaking, plans. Rocks. There's going to be lots of rocks. I am going to shallow up the water in these two areas so that the gharials and the alligators do not dive, so that they will be viewable. Some would say that this is cruel. Others would say I'm doing it for the guests. But I don't have underwater viewing for these guys. Have no intention of making underwater viewing for these guys. So, yeah. So the deep area is going to be made a little more shallow inside here. It'll be fine. They'll barely notice. And over here, I need to get the shell of the building started. I need to build the first floor before I can build the second floor, because getting in here to change things once the second floor is on, because it will be a viewable second floor, there will be more of these exhibits upstairs. 5 more, in fact. That means that I really need to basically do the whole first floor before I turn my attention to putting in the second floor. So, yeah, I need to build the shell. And I'm going to have to install the downstairs animals before I go upstairs as well. So this is going to be interesting. Also, garbage cans. I need garbage cans. I'm going to pop one down like right here. There will also be interior garbage cans for that area. One here. There's one there, so let's put one here. And why you... Oh yeah, you're not flat. Okay. One there. One there. One here. One here. I can't do anything along here yet because I don't actually know where the upper floor... I intend to have the upper floor connect to this path somehow, but I don't yet know exactly how, because I couldn't plan that ahead of time, because I didn't know how and where things were going to be in my zoo at the time that I was planning this building. So, that all is still kind of up in the air. Actually, come here, you. I want you right there. Yeah. There need to be more streetlights around here as well, but I will figure that out. Like, one of these is going to go on the staff path that comes out from the Gharials, but until that path is there, I don't know where that streetlight goes. You know what? I want one of you. Come here. One of you over here. Is that upright? Who knows? I need to reset it now. Also need to be posts out here, but I'm not gonna worry about them yet. people are going to be coming over here because I'm going to have the exhibits and I'm going to reopen these shops. But she said. Also, how am I doing on... I'm gonna blind everybody. Alright, negative effect on guests. That is touching nothing. Excellent. Okay. And over here... I'm fairly certain we're still touching nothing. I put in all those plants and look how little it shrank. Yeeg. Okay, that's fine, I guess. That's the other reason why the alligators are going to need to have their own water set, like here, and their own staff rooms, their own staff setup. And I will not know where to build that until I've finished this and this. So I can't do the alligators until I do at least these two, because I won't know where to put the staff rooms otherwise. It's all fun and games. Okay, I did add you to a group, right? No, that's the prices. I did create a work zone for this, right? Let's see here. Oh yeah, there we are. Amphibian, 0 habitats, 3 buildings, 1 staff room. Well, add those 2 exhibits. Okay, we've got a staff room and a keeper hut that are assigned to that. Good, good. Okay. Because yes, this is going to be the amphibian house. The second to last exhibit area that is planned for this zoo. The last one is going over there somewhere. I think. Somewhere over there. Near the other train station. So, yeah, I need to get building on this thing. That's what I need to do. Do I want to start that immediately? Like, part of this I'm not going to be able to do until I get the second floor on, because I don't know exactly where to put this until I know exactly where the stairs are. They will be here. This is going to be a fake exhibit, but I should take my break soon. I should. I really should. Okay, not stone. We need wood. Do I want the Arctic wood? I want something that looks a little weathered. I think the Arctic wood is the closest I can get. Like the Indonesian stained timber definitely can be made to look very weathered, but building an entire building out of it, no good. Stained wood, like, maybe? Hold on, let's... Whoop! Oh, no, wrong button. No. Like, can I make this look... Actually... That does come pretty close to matching the floors, doesn't it? Okay. Okay. Ugh. Why is this floor grid behaving like this anyway? Alright, ideally, I want something that's like halfway in between those two. Too dark. No. Excuse me? Hello? Yeah, that's not a lot of difference from the previous color, but I still like it better. Okay, and then... why are you flickering at me? I'm making this wall double wide just to hide the seam. That goes there, but the rest of the wall does not necessarily. And then... staff door goes here. We're not going to talk about the seam. The seam does not exist. The seam only exists in your mind. Like that. Why you insist upon being like this, I do not know. Why... Okay, you just want to make me suffer. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. We all know who will be suffering in the end. Roofing is going to be very interesting for this one, I realize now. Because I gotta put these outside so that the exhibit doesn't show through. I'm probably going to regret putting that wall there. Belay that order. Okay, I don't know where this wall is yet. But this is the way that these walls go. Yeah. That is slightly less than ideal. Please stop flickering at me. Why are you flickering? Why do I exist only to suffer for your pleasure? Let's grab one of these. Okay, and then let's come in here, grab these. We do not care about the light color, but we do care about the exhibit's shell color. I think it needs to be lighter. Yeah, it needs to be lighter. Okay. So we'll take it there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. The gas is being cooked with now. Now, the main problem is deciding which of the amphibians go downstairs. That's a tough one. I don't normally like to do it this way, but to make sure that things line up correctly. Also, we are also taking you to the very light colors. Nice solid, thank you. Why can't I get you to snap to the center anyway? Do. See, I kind of want it to be like this. So how far? See, it's not flat to the wall. It's not flat to the wall. Why? Okay, we'll try this again. Random rotation is on. That's why. Now it's flat to the wall. Whenever I do plant work, I then immediately forget to turn off random rotation. Okay, bring this in here. Line that up there. I hate this. How do I deal with it properly? You know what? We're going to educate to the side. Okay, bring this out so that the wall is not clipping through it. It is the perfect height now. It is the perfect depth now. It's neither. Bring it out here. Touchy it to the wall. Okay. I'll just line it up with that line there. The fact is, I'm probably not going to be able to get away with exactly this upstairs, but I'm going to try. Okay, and like so. And now the question becomes which amphibians to put downstairs and which ones to put upstairs. Where is my amphibian list? There it is. Okay. What I'm going to do is we're going to pause. I'm going to stop editing. We're going to save. I have been having some loading issues, so we're going to a multi-save thing with the Twilight Zoo here, with Nocturne. So this is Twilight Sandbox. I don't like the naming scheme that I've been using here. We're gonna call this Save 2. Okay. So, I'm gonna quickly take my break now. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to refill my drink. I'm going to have a quick bio break. I'm going to contemplate what to do to sheath the bathroom correctly. It's really white in here, and I'm going to figure out... I'm going to contemplate my list of critters and figure out what I want to have downstairs. I think it would be a good idea to have some of the water tanks in the downstairs rather than the upstairs. It's just remembering which ones are the water tanks rather than combined tanks, or completely terrestrial tanks in the case of the poison frogs. But yeah, I will figure all that out. Oh, and probably I will run some ads as well. So that is the plan. I will take care of all of those things and do some contemplation, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned from my break. And while certain things have not been answered, I did figure out what to put downstairs. Unfortunately, I cannot separate the frogs and the not frogs because there's too many of each. That's just the way that it goes. But I figure that if I put the axolotl and the newt on the main floor, I can pretty much guarantee that those two are tank amphibians. So that's what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking at this point. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to vigorously not look at the centipedes while I pull up the axolotls. It would appear that there aren't any albino ones available at this time, alas. No, Okay, let's try the newt then. Ooh, we have a gold available in the newts. Baldassar. And Aranka. Actually, I forgot to check. How many newts are you supposed to have? Newt. Species data. 1 to 6. Huh. Well, there aren't any more golds. But because I'm very extra, let's take these 2 silvers. That'll be 4. That's fine. Okay, open. I'm going to put the newt in here, I think. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I just remembered something very important. Oh, these are combo. Oh well. Okay, and this one is Danube. I know I didn't pronounce it correctly. Crested newt. I'm putting everything in because I can. Okay, they want between 12 degrees and 25 degrees. So we'll put them at like 20. And the humidity is 69%, and that is good for them, and it's funny, so I'm leaving it. And then this becomes the crested newt education. And the thing that I forgot, the very important thing that I forgot, is that there is no keeper assigned to this zone. So, zoo, staff, keeper. And then I'm just going to find the keeper that has no work zone and assign to amphibian. So when Bethany here lands, hey, look at that, checking up on the newts. Oh, wrong animals. Alright, back over here. We're done with the newts, back to the axolotls. I don't think I'm going to be lucky enough to get an albino. The chances of getting an albino in the sandbox is actually very low, unfortunately. I am going to check my quantities. 1 to 5. Okay, so if I grab like 3, we'll be pretty good. I was hoping if I refreshed a couple of times that there would in fact be... Okay, do we want a harem or do we want a reverse harem? That is the question. I mean, the males are handsomer than the females are pretty at this point in time. Reverse harem it is. Adopt you, adopt you, adopt you. Whoops. I don't remember adopting 4 axolotls. Okay, I guess. Oh no, wait, wait. Doi. Okay, no, my brain is fine. Everything is fine. Nothing is weird. Let's get this reverse harem in the zoo. I feel like the axolotl tank has way too little water for the fact that these guys never go on land. Not my problem, though, apparently. I do need to raise up these, though. Okay. Layout. You get all the shiny things, because I feel like it. Temperature between 15 and 20, huh? Okay. 17 it is. Humidity between 80 and 90. So we can't have the funny number, we'll have to have 85? Okay. And you are the axolotl. And I already included these two in the group, so this should take care of things. And we need to unpause. Grid height zilch. It's a pity about the line, but I just want to raise this wood up so that you're not seeing the line of mud. So... whoop. No, I don't want it in there. I want it out here. Okay, I feel better about that now. I don't like that line, but we'll live with it. Okay, and oh, okay. We do have to be exited from construction for various things. This guy needs to move. You are going to float over here for a while. Okay, and I need some benches. And I think I want something fairly rustic, but also darker. Ugh. What is that doing? Why? No, I don't really like that one either. I feel like, wasn't there a bench that was like a log or something? Oh, that's fancy. I mean, if I adjust the colors, like the idea here is that I want like a sort of a swamp shack. But it's also, you know, a zoo exhibit. That's so big. Why are they weirdly rotated now? I don't like that. And also, why Why is there a red spot right there? I don't understand. Bench placement is going to be a very interesting creature around here, apparently. No. Too big. No. Definitely not right. I think I mean, this one is supposed to look like a lily pad. Okay, yes, we're going to be precious. We're not going to use the lily pad, the lily canopy, because these are going to be indoors. But we will use the lily pad tables, because if not here, then where? One, two, three, four, five. Where else can I put one that's not fully in pathway? This one is going to be a fake exhibit, so having the tables close to it is not going to be a problem. So, actually, let me just... I wonder if can I adjust the pink? Also, why does it keep going red? I don't understand. I'm gonna put that there. Are there matching benches? Not exactly. See, the main problem I'm having here is that these are very bright. Oh. Okay, I can change the flowers from being pink. We need a different color than pink. I think definitely staying in the warm range. But maybe if we take these over to, like, say, maybe an orange. Yeah. Can I... No, I can't do multiples. Okay. I got my hopes up there. I'm absolutely fine with the leaf colors. This place really needs some color because everything is so gray and white. But this pink is just a little bit too gum. Okay, back to... I don't understand why I have so much pushback from the game on putting things down here. I was just thinking that, like, this wall would be a good place to put, like, a bench or two. But it's really fighting me. I could put down 2 of these, but I can't put down 2 of these. These are just too big, and yet they seat fewer people. Oh, unless I clip it through the wall. Of course, of course. That's very understandable, yes. Could use these if I recolor them. If they're recolorable. Or these. I could just use these and leave them alone. It is a little weird to have hay bales indoors, though. You know what? Let's use the fake couches. I always feel bad about putting these ones outdoors anyway because, well, look at them. We just need to brighten them up a little. I have made a mistake. That is so not the right color for the wood. Okay, what if I try and make them match closer to what's going on here? Like if we took it to... If we took it into a green zone. Like, I don't want to make it as bright as the tables, but... Wait a minute, I think I might be onto something here. And then if I make the cushion the same color as the seats... No, wait, that's... No. Is it that one? Yeah, those are the ones that I want to be yellow. Oh my goodness! Couch bugs, hello! Welcome back! Just one sec here, I've just gotta... Whee! Okay. Hello everybody! And can I manage to spell this correctly? Maybe. I can maybe do it. Hello Kyle, how was your zoo? Now, where was I? Oh yes, I was trying to... This color... I think we want to go kind of in the yellow-green area, maybe? Whoa! Oh, mistakes have been made. Mistakes have been made! Oh no! But yes, hello to Couchbugs, who I believe is Kyle, and all of your raiders. You are very welcome to my stream. And to my color nightmare, apparently. Okay, let's yank this more into the yellow zone. And... Okay. I think I'm recovering this. And then we take the pattern and we go back to the yellow family. There we go. Okay, I win. Have to lurk. I got a bit of a headache. Oh, I see. Well, drink some water just in case it's a dehydration headache. Oh my god, Fox has an opinion that is the exact opposite of Kyle's no singing. I plead the fifth. Okay, now which color did I use where? Okay, the most recent one was this one, which is where I used this. And then this one was this one. And this one was this one. And this one was this one. Yes! Haha! Oh, only singing for 10 minutes. Yes, that is correct. I do sing randomly from time to time, but if you pay enough points, you can get me to only sing for 10 whole minutes. It is one of my redeems. Okay, I have defeated the benches, and they kinda go with the benches. I am working on an extremely large multi-stage project here. This is my swamp. Right now it doesn't look like one very much, but at least I've got water in it now. We've got 2 habitats that are attached to this. Thank you very much for the follow there, Pocket Leaguer. You've made an excellent choice, since that will give you access to some of the cutest follower emotes on Twitch. So, I'm going to be having the American alligators in here. The gharials are going in over there. I'm going to have a train station over here somewhere. This is my amphibian house, which is in progress, as you can see. Very in progress. Haven't decided what animal is going in here yet, just that it's going to be one of the smaller ones. I just keep seeing, oh my goodness. And over here are going to be the platypus. There is not solid plans, but the other aquatic animals are going in somewhere around this area. So I'm going to have the caiman in here, and I'm going to have the pygmy hippos. And then I'm going to say good riddance to the water physics and the terraforming for a while, and I'm going to just finish off the zoo with the other animals that are left after that. But basically this swamp is going to be my aquatics area. And I basically just, I laked the lake tonight. I carved it out last week, but I made it a lake tonight. And of course, as you can see, I have the habitats are separated from the lake water, even though it's going to look like they're part of the lake. That's for various reasons, most of them being cleanliness and water temperature. But I was just working on the amphibian house here because this one it's connected down here, but I also want the second floor to be connected to this path somehow. And I can't really build the platypus area until I figured out where the heck this thing is connecting to this path here. So I'm just working on that at the moment. But what I do with most of my exhibit areas is that they're basically self-contained areas. So I will create a zone that has several exhibits in it. It will have some food, some drink, it will have a bathroom, and it will have its own group, and you will usually have a tour going through it as well. So I'm just working on the amphibian section right now. I've installed the axolotls and the Danube-crested newts. The rest are going upstairs, but I haven't built the upstairs yet, as you can see. The main thing is that once I put the second floor on, it's going to be a little difficult to work with the first floor. So I'm just kind of holding myself together with that. Why are you walking in circles? Have I trapped you? No, you're just wandering because you don't have enough work to do. It's fine. There's plenty more boxes to go in. You'll need a friend. But for now, it's only the two. Okay, I'm just gonna take this and I'm gonna pop that down there. That way I've got that colorway saved now. I've been working on trying to I've been trying to figure out how to cover up the bathroom, the toilet entrance here. So that's been a bit of an issue. Where's my stained wood? It's all the way down here somewhere. Okay, there it is. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, okay. We've done it. I've solved the problem. No, I've not solved the problem. I just love how the store music is clashing so badly with my lo-fi. That is just great. If we nudge over here, do we still hear the store that loudly? Well, maybe a little. Okay, no, that's too much. Can I get a... Nope, no, that... I am punished. I am forever punished. Okay, fine. We'll use the 1 meter then. One thing that I've learned in playing this game is that none of these people need the height. The 4 meters is too much. The 4 meters is always too much. Okay, we'll use one of these. Still don't know what to do about the center partition, but there are certain things I've used in the past and that I can use again in the future. I command you to be upright. Oh, this is another one where the non-grid walls aren't as wide as the grid walls. That's actually a little useful. Oh man. I have just realized that I can't actually do this because this is too wide for this side. No, wait. No, wait! I have lots of space on that side. Never mind. I was talking out my ass. Never mind. In case the giraffes want to come to the food court. You know, that is a possibility. I don't actually have any giraffes in this zoo, though. This is a nocturnal zoo. It's only open at night, and it only has animals that are active at night in it. So there won't be any giraffes in this particular zoo, and I have to admit that none of the nocturnal animals are actually tall enough. Now, what to do about this center partition that I hate very, very much? How wide are you? Oh, so close. We might be able to make that work. Oh, okay. We can make this work. We can make this work. I swear they went out of their way to be like, how bad can we make this look? No, it doesn't look bad enough. Try again. Okay, and then there. And then not far enough. Like that? Oh, it's still not touching the wall. Oh, that is very unfortunate. Okay, what if we do like this instead? Okay, okay. Aha! I think I might be making progress on making this less hideous. And we're just gonna render everything gray because I no longer care. You cannot change the color of this right here. You can never change the color of that. Never, ever, ever. So do. If I do like that, we can put a dangerous lintel. And there we go. I win! Haha! We should probably give them a sign, shouldn't we? We should give them a sign. Danger here! Let's see. Oh, I'm still in wood, am I? That actually probably works in my favor because looky what we got. Okay. I would say center it with your heart, but I'm actually using the blue arrow on that one line. Good enough. Okay, I feel like we should be bringing this over to the green and yellow that we have going on with the tables and the benches. So that can be the green. And the yellow is too bright. So we're just gonna de-yellow the yellow just a little. And then I'm going to call that toilets. I hate that. Okay, we're going to do that toilets with emphasis. Okay. Do 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 do. Nope, none of these are right. I think the outline needs to go to the de-emphasized yellow. Yeah, there we go. Haha! Toilets with emphasis, yes! Also, I really should come up with some names for the drink and the food here. I haven't, though. Yeah, hi to you too. I'm gonna make myself suffer and deal with that later. Okay. Where is my... Okay, there is my graph book. I have a book of graph paper that I'm using specifically for this because I'm doing terrifying things. Okay. Come in here. Actually, back to the group edit. Dun 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 dun. We're doing something scary now. Facilities. Exhibits. Exhibit box. No, why? No. No, bad. Incorrect. There. Okay, that one goes there. And then this one goes here. Am I placing these high enough is the question. Okay, before I put down more than a couple, we're gonna do a test. I win. Also, I picked the wrong one. This is going the other way. We want this one. Okay. Whee! Now, the main thing here is that you can't actually put the pathing over the buildings. I think I actually want to raise these guys just a little bit higher, but I'm not sure if I can get away with it. No, let's not tempt fate. Alright, back to group editing. Okay. More exhibit. Okay, those two went there. And then there's one that goes here. Sure, you can do that. And the heck? Okay, that goes there. And I'm gonna have to move that whole wall. Oh boy. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. It is a very unfortunate thing that this whole wall is going to have to move to the outside of the grid, so I'm going to have to figure out something to do in that corner. Putting the roof on this thing is going to be quite interesting. Like that. Okay, now for fun with the pathing system. Those go there. And that goes away. No, I mismeasured something somewhere. These are not in the right places. Oh, I see. I've gotten these three over. They need to be over by one. Okay. Unfortunate. Pity, because I will still need to move that wall. Now, how did I manage to do that? Oh, I see the problem here. My top floor is not as big as my bottom floor. In my plan as it is in actuality. Because I need a column of space that does not have exhibits in it, or else the stairs won't work. So do I make the whole thing a notch wider? I think I make the whole thing a notch wider. Okay. No, please stop wagging your thing at me. Okay, we make the whole thing a notch wider. I am really beginning to wish that I'd moved the gators further along the lake now. Oh well. Okay, let's come back in here, and you know what, let's start by fixing this wall this time. And whoops, no, stop that immediately. I mean, it wasn't lining up to that line properly anyway, but it just bothers me now. Okay. The pity is that the exhibits go back in the same place that I just removed them from. Haha. Ah, well. Okay, you go here. go here. And then you go right here. Like that. Aligned to grid. I love the sort of lily pad inspired tables. Oh yeah, they're great. They came in the festival DLC. I did recolor them because I was getting a real gum color from the seating, but okay, and then like that. Oh, don't do this to me. Why? Never let these things draw their own paths, I swear. Okay, yeah, when I put in the decor pieces, they should cover up that little hole, no problem. Should. Okay. Hello. Okay, come on. Why are you You know I hate when you do that. Okay, T-junctions. No curve slopes. I swear unto thee. Come on. Come on. Come on. You know, in all of my experimenting before, these actually did connect up the correct way, but now they're just going off that way, and I don't know why. Why are you pointing that away? Exactly. Why is this a thing that you are doing? You know, I had an experiment that I was doing that I was able to build a staircase that went from here to here with the path, and now it just won't. You know what? I don't want to talk about it. I Why is it curving? You know, I know that I'm stuck with the curve. I'm just going to stare at it and hate it for just a moment here. Just don't mind me for a sec. God, I hate you. Okay. Also, for people who are doing this sort of thing for themselves, do not worry if the path does not actually join up to the exhibit. When it's this close, people will come and look at it anyway. Guaranteed. Also, it doesn't help that this one is sitting higher than the others, which I now notice from this angle. That would explain why the path's not joining up, huh? Okay, there we go. All right. So now I have the shell of the building. Sorta. But I did exit editing for just a moment because I want to add all of these to the group. So, work zones, amphibian work zone. Add all of these exhibits to amphibian. Yes, thank you. Okay. We now have all of the exhibit boxes that I need installed, so I need to work some more on the shell. And I want to duplicate that. Now, the pity is that you can see the seam. What in the fresh hell have I done? Oh, I see. Okay, that... I need to be outside, because I don't want the exhibits poking through, basically. We need to get out of the signage. Back down to the stained wood. Whoops, too far. Not far enough. There we are. Okay, so... I will need to figure out something to do about the corners. because when you are on the outside edge of the grid, your corners don't line up. Now this also means that I'm doing double thickness walls. Because it just ends up looking better. Like, we come in here, like in the bits where I haven't done the double thickness. Well, we have other problems here, but basically it's to cover up the path edges. I'm going to have to obviously do other things around here, although, you know, this is a partial solution in some places, but don't worry too much about that, but basically it will never be perfect when you are building over a path shell. There are ways of disguising it, but none of them are perfect, alas. But that is why I'm coming through and doing this. Now, there are ways of dealing with what's going on here. The reason why I'm putting the walls there is because I intend to put plants here. But this one I am going to put a wall because I don't want to deal with putting plants in such a small space. But yeah, that's why I'm putting in a double thickness of wall. It's so I feel better. Okay. Now, another thing is that I will have to come in here and basically put in a kind of a ceiling and some lights for reasons which should be probably pretty obvious when you look at it. Now, I left this area open because I'm actually, no, I don't want to be inside that, no, I'm on the wrong floor now. I want to put this guy in there as a fake exhibit. This is a representation of a Chinese giant salamander that I grabbed from the workshop on Steam. And I couldn't not include him, you see. Look how happy he is to be here. I love the Chinese giant salamanders. I hope that they are in Planet Zoo too, now that we have the aquariums. Because an aquarium's the only thing that's big enough for one of these boys. But yeah, oh, bugger, I still hadn't put any bins in here. Okay, slight panic. We'll be with you in a moment. Must have bins. Must have bins. What goes with this theme? You know, I've been using the festival stuff. Yeah, this was the default color of the seating. You understand why I changed it to yellow now, yes? Okay, I'm just gonna pop that right down there. And we're going to adjust. Okay, now it matches the rest. Okay, am I on the correct floor? Nope, I'm not. It took me upstairs again. To war! You know what? We're just gonna pop this right here. And then duplicate it over here. Come on. We're gonna come up here. And is there any way that it doesn't do that? Nope. Okay, fine then. We'll put one up here. We'll hope that one is enough. Also, now that I think about it, I'm gonna grab one of these. Let me in! Thank you. I'm going to grab one of these benches. These are the Indonesian benches. I'm just gonna pop this right here. Because this is a bit of a doldrum space. So it'll be a good spot for some seating. Oh my goodness, we have guest visitors. Why did you bring your children to the night zoo? Anyway, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the tree frogs in these 3 tanks, and then I will put the salamander and the bullfrog over here. Oh wait, I still haven't put in education. Darn it. I need to build more stuff before I can add my amphibians. Okay. Back to group editing. One thing is that when you're doing stuff like this, especially with things that are custom colored like this is, you can regain the color by like grabbing a piece, duplicating it, just slapping it down somewhere, and then you can just delete it. And now it is remembering your custom color, so you don't have to keep resetting it. I'm also thinking that this is very box. I think I need some windows. I think we desperately need some windows around here. So I'm going to do this the super lazy way. Also, I also need to figure out where my porch is. I do want to come out over here and connect to this path. Here. I have my toilet sticking fully out of my building. Well, that's going to need to be fixed. What a development. Okay, well, I'm gonna take these out, which means I am gonna have to move that bin. Oh, no, that is the wrong one. Okay. You know what? We're going to take this to stain, and that way we have the correct wood. I want these. Like that. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Actually, no, I do not want the archways. The archways are terrible. No, stop that. Bad foxwine. Fad. Square. Much better. Okay. Yee. Alright, and let's just grab the 1 meter. And shorten that sucker up. Everything is too big in this game. Everything is just too big. The smallest grid piece that you can get is the 4 meter. And as you can see, it's just too much. You know what? I'm gonna leave the interior the way that it is because I don't want to deal with that anymore. This is why I tried to finish as much of the ground floor as I could before moving my attention to the upper floor. Okay, so I'm going to have an upstairs porch that comes out here, goes along here, and will hopefully connect with this path somewhere around the alligators. I hope. That's the plan. It's a very grandiose plan. But in the meantime, oh, please don't be like this. Why are you being inside? Yes, be like that. I'll just build on a 4 meter grid. I thought it's so much easier that way. I thought it'll be so much simpler to get everything together the way that I want it to be. Said past me, with great hubris in her heart. I know. My hubris has come for me again. My hubris has punished me many times in this zoo, to be honest, but as soon as you start building 2-story buildings, yeah, the hubris comes for you real fast then. Okay. I'm winning? Also, I realized that I didn't fully set up the tanks downstairs, and I'm gonna have to go and do that. Okay, I'm gonna go do that. Squeeze in here. Now, as you can see, I have completely transparent walls on all four sides. This is incorrect. Now we figure out which window is which. Okay, that is window 1. I'm going to use 2D facade. Window 2 is the one we're actually viewing through. Window 3 is over on that side. That one also gets a 2D facade, which means that window 4 is the back. There is no 3D facade? Okay, fine then. You also get a 2D facade. Okay, much better. I could leave it as just the wood. I could. But I do really prefer it this way. Also, I'm just going to come in here, copy this hex code. Okay, and then the newt. We're going to do the same thing over here. Window 1 gets the facade. Like this is purely an aesthetic decision. I just like to actually have the facades rather than showing whatever box I've put around them. It's fully preference. You don't have to do it this way. There's no rule. The exhibits do not care. There. Okay, now we back out of here and we go back upstairs and grab, whoop. Okay, fine, yes, okay. Who is not cleaning a habitat? The Tasmanian devil. They just cleaned it. Wait a minute, why is it... How is that 50% dirty? Riddle me this. Okay. The Tasmanian devil and the palace cats have gotten complaints multiple times now, so it feels really wrong, but I think I need to add another keeper to this area. Which keeper zone is this? Hold on a moment. What zone do you belong to? Where does it say what zone you belong to? Keeper zone northwest. Oh my goodness, the Tasmanian devil's allowed. Okay. Northwest. Northwest. We are remembering northwest. Where is my staff? There's my staff. Okay, keeper. Whoop. And the keeper who has no zone. Where are you? There you are. Jeffrey. You will belong to Keeper Zone Northwest going forward, since apparently the Palace Cats and the Tasmanian Devils are too much for one person. I do not pretend to understand. Okay, back to my box, which is too much of a box. I will be working on that. Edit. Okay, and then I'm going to come through and select all of these and then change this shell color to the one from downstairs. And that way it just blends in. Ta-da! Okay. Definitely need to, need some more work here. Corners are definitely an issue, and I need to enclose these boxes a bit more. I think I might be able to finish out my corners if I use this wood beam. It won't perfectly match, but it should match enough for both the interior and the exterior corners. The only issue is that it's not quite big enough, so I'm just gonna have to use multiples. I kinda hate that. I wonder if there is something else. That is way too small. No, this is not the right width. Back to sorting for wood. I need something to fill in these corners that I can recolor to what I need. Not the bamboo. Actually, wait, maybe the bamboo? Hold on a moment. You know, this might be a way to relieve all of the gray that's going on around here. Like, if we pull this to one of the green values that we've been using around here. Like, maybe if I make it match that? Like, this is not quite the right green. I need a different green. Come here, come here, come here. I think I might be onto something, but I need a different green. I need that green. Closer. Wait a minute. Haha! It's a default color! It's also not big enough. Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay, I don't love using these, but I think this is where we're at. Oh dear. They're getting diseased now? Okay. We're coming back over here to once again find the correct green. Please let it be the same green. It's the same green. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I'm gonna try and make this look nicer. But the fact is that for placement, I'm just eyeballing the whole thing, so I can't guarantee they're gonna be all exactly the same. But at least we're gonna have some color going on. got a lot of gray going on here. We need some shades that aren't gray. I mean, the amphibians, once I get them installed, will help. There is no way that they won't help because, you know, colorful, green, lush, other synonyms. But, yeah, I've got a lot of... Oh man, I hate it when I'm close enough to the shops to hear the song. It really doesn't go with the lo-fi. Is the main reason why I'm not a big fan of using these is because they're actually climbable. Which means I'm going to have to go through and turn off the climbing again in here. Even though I already turned it off once. I am getting very concerned about these diseased animals. I'm going to have to check into that. Okay, let's go. Turn off climbing again. Alright, diseased animals. Oh look, it's the Tasmanian devils because nobody's been cleaning their habitat for some reason. Oh man, and it's in the burrow too. Oh, that is... How far away... Oh, we're really far away from the vets here. Oh dear. You know what? Oh look, there's a vet really close by. And thankfully there's a keeper who appears to be cleaning. That looks like cleaning, so hopefully it's going to be less of a problem soon. So it's the dog ball. It's gotten stuck. Okay. Going to deal with this the simple way. Delete. Habitat. Enrichment items. Food enrichment. Dog ball. Over there. Fresh and clean. The best I can figure is the dog ball somehow got stuck in the shelter that I built. That's the best theory that I have. Okay, back to the amphibians. Sometimes this game has some really weird behaviors. Okay, yes, the green works. I do probably need to figure out where to bring in some yellow, but the green definitely works. You know what? Let's just pop this in this corner here because nobody's going to be using that corner. Are you kidding me? Now it's the palace cat? Ugh. I cannot keep flying over to that end of the zoo to take care of these problems. This is going to be a minor nightmare, I think. Maybe if we wrap the porch a little. And then... What are you doing and why do I hate it so much? I think I'm gonna have to allow curved slopes for this one because this is hurting me a great deal. Like, I can't actually express in words how much that is hurting me. Although, wait a minute. Why? Oh, it's because of the lake shore. Okay, so if I come down here and then... No. If I say that you should be attaching here, we get like vague flickers of it making the attempt. Oh, that is very ugly. Thank you for doing that. That is Wait. That is significantly less ugly, actually. I wonder if I bring it out one more ka-chunk, could we get this looking really nice? Like if I do that. No. It won't actually connect if it's coming out one more ka-chunk. Okay. Oh, now you're just messing with me. Why? What? Hello? What is going on? I hate that this is not a straight line, but I think this is the closest I'm going to be able to get. Like this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to let that one railing itself. Oh boy. It's just a little steep. It's It's not vertical. Quite. It's not quite vertical. Okay, let's see. Railing on elevated. Why? How is it at 50% when it's like this? Why are they not cleaning these things? That's what I would like to know. Okay, the keeper cleans that, and then ignores this. The keeper is ignoring that for some reason. Why? I mean, I'm having difficulty selecting it, which might be an indicator. One of my foxes escaped again. Interesting. I can't even select that thing because apparently I put in too many rocks in places. It's possible the keepers can't reach it. Staff traversable. Nope, the keeper can definitely reach it. So why aren't they? Okay, call a keeper. There's the keeper. Keeper says, why? My pay is fair. There's a lot of dung. Okay. And then walks over here. Gets that. Now this is an interesting conundrum. And then you're bringing back the animal that got sick. Did I inadvertently make this part of the group? Hold on a moment. I did. That was a mistake. Okay, leave construction. That was a skittle feeder. And no, I do not wish to add it to group. I wish to rest it delicately upon this rock. And not have it be part of the group at all. Okay? So Okay, it's just poop now. Hopefully that fixes the problem. I think maybe they weren't getting to it because it wasn't it was part of the group, and thus it wasn't being tagged as being part of the habitat. I think that's what happened. So now it's not part of the group, so hopefully they'll be cleaning it. Hopefully. Okay, now back here, we still have something of a, shall we say, square and windowless problem. There's also another problem that will have to be addressed, but that one's a little easier. Okay, coming back in here. Group edit. And here. Oh, wait, I didn't do the duplicate thing. Give me my colors! Okay. Back to the stained wood. Because this is a building that my visitors, guests, whatever, are actually going to be going into, I don't want to use the emissive windows. What I want to do is use these as actually like this is, you know, visual in and out of the house sort of thing. Now let's see, where is that? Ooh, that's a good spot. Yeah, okay. Pop that in there. I'm not treating this as real. I am not going to be putting glass in the windows, but I might not put glass in the windows. We don't want the illusion of the guests being able to climb in and out of the windows, obviously, but neither do we actually need them to be windows. So either they need bars or whoops. No, that's... Where did that even go? Why is it over there? Okay. But yeah, we need slightly less of a featureless box. So just going to be coming through here and replacing some of the walls with windows. Lazy windows. Neither of those are good candidates. I kind of like the thought of a window right here. Oh, wait, that should go there. That goes there. That goes there. This place is looking more and more like a crazy person built it. That's very appropriate. That side, probably no windows. I think I should put a window in here. Yeah, let's put a window here. Hello? No, why? Don't stack there, please. No. Okay, and, this is a terrible sin of having, having my toilet just, sticking out like that. What am I doing on the inside? Okay, yes, that should be the hallway that it currently is. Yes, okay. Yes, the whole building is floating. I do intend for this to be, like, on poles. That's why it's over the water. But we're having so much fun. But yes, look away! My toilets are exposed! Like that. Like that. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I just can't put enough windows in this place for it not to look a little crazed, but we'll work with it. We'll work with it. Okay. I still need to put a ceiling in here and some lights, but we're starting to look a lot better. I'm not going to bring the columns down here. I'm going to leave them upstairs and outside. Whoop. Oh. Because of where I have placed the giant newt, this part's going to be a little tricky. But if I've done this correctly, then aha! Look at that. No, that's not what I want. Okay, I'm actually going to have to change the grid size in order to have the stairs do the thing I want them to do. Because yeah, I basically want a line there. Whoop, no, I'm inside the upstairs. Now I'm in the water. No, no, no! Oh, the pain, the suffering, the agony. Please just do this thing for me. Um, why? Why? No! I'm not asking for much, game. I'm really not. Okay, okay. Like that. And we'll swing around in here. I don't think that I can get away with using a grid piece for this. So... why are you like this? Okay. Like that. You know, it would help. It would help if I rotated my camera occasionally. Like that. Come on. There is an infinitesimal gap, and I'm gonna pretend it's not there. Nothing happening! No one here but us chickens. It's all good and fine. Okay. I'm sorry, big guy. You are not gonna have very much space to move. But you're gonna be in the zoo, I promise. Okay, let's turn off the wood for the moment. Favorites. Can I get away? Can I get away with using the big one? Please let me. Please, just clip on anything. Please. I'm begging you. Okay, fine. Oh. Disappointment haunts my dreams. I know how to fix this. I just don't want to. Okay, let's just... We'll grab this bad boy. And just sort of snug that up there. And then just bring this in over here like this. It's going to be extremely difficult for me to ever come back in here again, but I want to have it right. Okay. Admittedly, I have put the glass in too soon, so I'm just gonna shoot this over here so that I can reach inside more easily. And it will be a nightmare for future me to line those up again. It'll be great. Let's see, what's going to be the simplest way to deal with this? I think art shapes are going to be the thing here. Too small. Still too small. Possibly just right? Still a little small. Better? Perfect. Okay, and instead of being red, we want you to be a shade of mud. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Bring that to about there. Make sure, okay, I have a big empty space here, so I have lots of wiggle room. That's good. Yes, okay. Now, I'm hoping to pull off a particular trick. It's a visual trick, and it doesn't always work, unfortunately. But I'm gonna try and pull it off here anyway. And that is to take a piece of glass and lay it over the top. Oh man, this is... that's getting twitchy. Okay. We lay it over the top so that it's higher than the base that I just put down. But not so high that you can see the gap. So something kind of like this. And if you do this and you have static things, now admittedly this is not the most ideal because I have a seam and it's almost impossible to get seams invisible, but if you do this and then you have a static thing and you embed the static thing in that, it looks like it's in water. At least that's the plan. So I'm just going to get rid of this. I was using it before, but I don't need it now. Nope, I don't want to be embedded in the floor. Nope. There we go. All right. No, I don't want the group. I don't want that over there. I just want this. Come, my dude, we are traveling. Behold, for he is partially submerged. Now, hopefully I didn't put him too far down, or else the next bit is going to be very difficult. I did put him too far down. That is a problem. Okay. We shall try again. Actually, wait a minute. Merge this into a single group. Thank you. Okay. This is gonna make it a little bit easier. We want him right about here. So let's hold this up here for the moment. Whoop, and I'm through the floor again. Outside, down, back in. If I had known where the stairs would be, I could have done this before I put the floor in. But no. Okay, and now that this boy is a group, I'm gonna be very lazy. Grab these. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go through it ain't an exact science and it don't need to be. So I just grab some various pieces from this group and duplicate them. So that we basically are covering the area. And then we sink it so that it's under the glass just a bit so that it looks like it's in water. The pity is the seam. If I could, I would flip the seam because it's going right across his face. But this is a way to fake things being underwater without actually having to draw water. It only works if you're making the illusion of something very shallow, and you do have to close it in on the majority of its sides. But as you can see, it does work pretty well. And then I come back in here. And I'm just gonna close up this glass wall. Once again, if I could make more of an effort on making seams disappear or doing things with them. But quite honestly, I don't actually need the glass here in order for the water illusion to work, but it does mean that I can have my quote-unquote water level be just that little bit higher. And then what I will do is I'm moving this sign over here, and then I'm duplicating it and bringing it over here. And Chinese giant salamander. Ta-da! Okay, yes, he's a stealth boy now, but he's there. I could have gone to more effort. I could have, gotten some more plant life to put in here, or that sort of thing. I did not. I did do this the quick and lazy way, but as I mentioned, this is a way to basically fake a pool of water when you don't actually have the ability to put in a pool of water. You do have to be careful when you're outside. Sometimes the sun will reflect off the glass in a way that breaks the illusion for you mentally, but otherwise, this is really a way to do it. And it is a good way to make fake exhibits like this one. Oh, hello. Who are you, and why are you here? You need to go, sir. Okay. I really don't want to go to the bother of putting glass in the frames for the windows, all these windows I put in. What if I just fake it? What if I just use one or another of the glass walls? Like if I use the greenhouse glass, I could even make it, you know, kind of match the spider house. Yeah. Let's do that. And you know what? We're gonna make them green so that it matches what else I have going on. My windowsills are inconsistent. It is glorious. Okay. But yeah, mainly it's, the trick is all in setting the glass at just the right level. And then setting whatever it is you're putting in the glass at just the right level. Okay, we're moving you out to the outside corners. Or I'm gonna desperately pretend that I know what I'm doing. Okay. And bring that over to this corner. Slide it slightly too far because that's the kind of person I am. The staff path is just way too close to everything here. I hate it. Can't actually move it. I just, you know, hatred. We're pretending that that's not happening, by the way, because I don't want to deal with it. Let's see, like there. Realism has come here to die, and that one's in the wrong place. Okay, there we go. And one there. I realize I should probably be fully columning this corner, so I'm gonna put that there. This is the other reason I don't like using these. Most of the time they won't slide straight! Excuse me. Well, I forgot to do the front entirely. I'll get to that in a moment. Okay, duplicate. I am torn between making my own railings for the porch or using the very basic ones that basically come along with the path. The only problem with that is that it does both sides, and I really don't want to do both sides. It gets kind of messy if I start doing that, so I think I'm going to have to do my own railings and make them look sort of like the default ones. Okay, that goes there. Actually, now that I think about it, hold on a moment. Hold, please. Foxwine has an idea. Please, please slide straight, for the love of my sanity. Whatever is left of it. Please. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. For the love of please, Anakin, why? Like this. And like that. And I don't know why I'm bothering to do this side, because it's probably not going to be visible, but because I have to bring the walls of the house downward on this side in order to cover up this all that's happening here. Elsewheres, yeah, I can mostly get away with that, especially if I put some plants along that edge. But this edge right here, I can't get away with that. So back to the wood. Actually, let's just stain. That way we have the correct wood in the wrong color. Okay, just grab one of those, duplicate it somewhere. I don't even know where that landed. Can I get away with using a 1 foot? Yes. Oh my goodness, I actually have it attached in the right place. It's a miracle! I do hate that you can see the lines. Also, I am still feeling like there aren't enough windows. It's still giving very gray box. Try and be less of a gray box. What are you doing? Oh no, I hate the two windows right over each other when none of the others are. No, absolutely not. There. I don't think this thing knows what it's doing. I'm pretty sure I do, but I'm not so sure about these window things that I'm doing, knowing what they're doing. Now, I don't have anywhere to put windows down here, which is more the pity, but... I think that possibly leaving this open like this might have been a mistake. I'm gonna need a railing here as well. I think if I put a railing in, it'll fix it in my brain. This side is fine. This side I can't actually put windows in because of what I did. Because I didn't want to make a garden. So I'll just live with that being like that, I guess. I continue with my inconsistent windowsills. Okay, I'm gonna have to put the green columns on this door in order to match. I do need to put a door on this door, or I need to use green around it as well. I'll figure that out. We're gonna need some more columns for the porch because this hurts. But progress is definitely being made. Do I want this all the way down or not? I don't think I do. And no, not like this. Never like this. Why are you like this? For tanks that have water levels, I will adjust the bottom one, depending, but for the time being. Okay, this time I'm going to remember to put the bottom ones on first. Where are you? There you are. I wonder how far I'm coming into the ceiling down below. Okay. I may actually be able to get a few more amphibians in here before I have to call it a night. Although I have already been running an hour past the time that I normally would be. Oh, that one's sitting too high. Why are you sitting so high? But the thing is, like, I don't want to leave some of these, like, partially done. Because I'll just forget to do them later. Like that. And like that. I I don't know why my shift is getting stuck like that. Like, it shouldn't be getting stuck in the column like that, and I don't know why it is. I am not pressing any special buttons. Okay. One more, and then I can put the education on. There. Now the education is going to be a slight pain in the ass. Simply because I don't really have the space that I had downstairs for some of them. Like this guy and this guy, yeah, I have space. I have plenty of space. This guy, much less so. These guys, well, there's a bit of an issue. Although, okay, experiment. Do we need this wall? I think I can get away without using that wall. Okay. Oh, can't get away with not using that wall though. Oh boy. Put that back. Oh no, hide my shame. This is why I should have done consistent windowsills. Anyway. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, that does remind me though. Here and here are places where people are going to walk through unless I stop them, and I really need to stop them. So we go into facilities, bins, benches, and security. We want security items, and over here favorited we have the guest barrier ribbon. 4 meters long. This puppy is omnipotent. It says guest barrier, but staff won't walk through it either. So if I just take one of these and embed it into the wall, like so. Actually, I'm going to bring it up here to make sure that I've got it in the right place. This way I can grab it. Okay, so one goes here. And one goes here. And one goes right here. Okay, and then I just grab all of these. And just push them down until they're not visible through the windowsill. And this will prevent people from walking through the wall to get to the porch. Very important. I do still need to put columns on the porch. I'm not bothering with that like right now, because I do not feel like it would be possible for me to forget to do that. It's hideous. Okay, and over here... what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Why aren't you even? What are you doing? Riddle me this. Why, when these are perfectly lined up, is this doing that on the floor? Also, I can't use these because I'm getting wall divot, which is a problem because the non-grid pieces aren't as wide. Well, I will make it work. I'm going to have to put a column in right there to make it work though. So let's just grab one of these. Okay, and upright, and this way. And I realize that this is going to look really weird. So I need to... bring it slightly outside. Like that. Like that. Oh, it's flickering. It's fighting me. How dare you? Let's just... there. Move it by a pixel. No more flicker. Okay, nature, gardening. Mulch. We want it below window level, so it's gonna have to be there. Make sure we're not coming out the wall. There we go. And that is ready for plants in just a bit. Now that I think about it, if this is a garden bed, both sides would have windows. Like that. And I can figure out plants for that later. Okay, media devices and education. Habitat, let's go duplicate the ones from downstairs because they're already the right color. Hup. I need to extend that column to the floor because it looks really wrong right now. So I'm just gonna shuffle this here and we'll pretend that I meant to do it by doing the same thing on the other side. Oh blast, they repeated the education too. One moment. Belay those orders! I'm just gonna do my best to center it here. There are some places where I can use the wall and there are other places where I cannot, so I'm just trying to work within my limits. Like here, obviously, no wall. But here, I can use the wall. This poor bored-ass keeper. Don't worry, there'll be more work for you soon. I wonder if I should have made the education yellow instead of white. I mean, I can still go back and change it. It would be an awful lot to change by this point, though. And now the question arises in my heart once more. Should I set up a tour through here, or have I made things way too tight? I mean, I do have a tour through the arachnids, and I think they might be in even more of a situation than we are here. Okay, let's just do that like that. And actually, while I'm at it, you know what? I can work with that. Don't mind my machinations. Delete that. Use this. Yeah, that makes me feel better. Of course, that does mean that I should grab these. Bit of an odd look, but I like it. Still don't know exactly what roof I want to put on this, but do I want to make these yellow? I'm not sure. What color did I have that? Ack. Okay, no, not that one. This one. Ack. Excuse? I hit enter, I swear. Leaves yellow? Leaves yellow base the green I've been using? Maybe the other way around? Base yellow, leaves green? Okay, that's it. All right. Can I? Oh, I can. Oh, hallelujah. I will have to do the upstairs ones and the downstairs ones separately, but there's so many upstairs ones. Okay, that is... Oh, I forgot a side. Okay, I will fix that in a bit. Not the light. Leaves, green. Base, yellow. Oh, I feel so much better already. Okay, and then grab one of these. And that goes over here. If I could have figured out how to get one more downstairs, I think this would have been perfect. But yeah, bringing in the colors is very important. I feel like I want to put something more in before I call it a night. It's already 1:30 in the morning, so I think I only have time to find one critter. So you know what? I'm gonna get me some golden poison tree frogs because I think that they are some of the... I think they're the prettiest frogs in the zoo, honestly. Let's see. Golden poison frog. 4 to 7 frogs. Okay. Exhibit trading. Don't look at the centipedes. I do not like centipedes. Oh, these... Why are these guys not pretty? I must admit, I am disappointed. Like when even the bronze isn't that pretty, that's very surprising to me. Like the newts were prettier than this. That's very disappointing. Okay, let's try one of the other kinds of frogs then. What about the red-eyed ones? Slightly better, but still not very good. What about the poison frogs? See, we have a couple of fairly pretty ones in here. I guess we're gonna start with the Le Mans. How many of them do I need? Bleh. 1 to 6. Okay, so I need an even number of them. So I have 2. We'll take Imelda and Alfredo. It feels right to have like matching numbers of males and females, even though I'm not allowing my animals to breed. Now that's disappointing. Ah, well. Okay, that is 6. And I'm gonna put them... Well, actually, I've kind of got this one already grabbed, so we'll put them in here. And just gonna pause for a moment. I'm going to give them all the things, 'cause I can. Okay, they need to be between 26 and 31. So if I put them at 28, that should be perfect. And they need to be between 80 and 90, so to 85% they go. And then what I need to figure out which one's the back window. So, oh, first one's the charm. Now, with the frogs, you can have the 2D facade or the 3D facade. I always prefer to have the 3D facade if I can for the back window. Like for whatever is the back. It just feels right. Now, these ones don't have water in the bottom, so I don't really need to raise the wood. I could because the leaf litter is higher in places. Okay, and let's remember to label these as Le Mans Poison Frog. Why does Le Mans get to own all of them? Oh, not Fron, Frog. There we go. And then set the education. Like so. I think I'm going to... I'm going to raise this just a little if it doesn't fight me to death. Where did you go? Nope, not that one. That one. I hate when they do this. Where is it? Where did it go? Ooh, now I have to move the education just a little. We'll scooch it out so that it's not part of the wall. There we go. There. I got at least one more thing in. Okay, so I can check off the Le Mans. I'm very sad about the golden poison frogs not being considered pretty, because I think they're way prettier. But yeah, I have gotten a lot of work done this week. As we got the whole lake together. And we got the start on this. I am a little sad about how close the alligators are to the amphibian house now. But oh yes, I should unpause so that the frog's climate will be adjusted. So just give me a moment. So let's take care of that while I yammer. So we've got it so that I can install the amphibians, which I am going to be doing gradually as I continue working on finishing this. Obviously, we need some safety railings on the upper porch, and that's going to be a bit irksome. I need some columns to hold up said porch. I wonder if I just pop in here and just sort of... Is that going to come through the wall? It does not. Oh, thank you. Such small mercies you offer me. You know, I could do the upper porch. I am going to. I'm so lazy. But I hate using the default path railings and trying to combine them with my own made railings. Something always looks wrong. Every time. So I'll do that, and also we'll do this here for consistency's sake. I will make my own railing in here, I think. I think that would be a good idea, to make my own railing inside, because the curbs are a little weird here, and we also have this whole dipping in and out thing going on here. I'm really wondering if I should have made this a solid wall. How would it look if I made that a solid wall? Like, if I did like this... I do like that better than the open. Yeah. Okay. Gotta leave that. Like this. Come on. No. No. Why? You worked on the first try. Why? Why? Okay, okay, I win. I still need to make my own railing. Tuck this down just far enough that it's not sticking through the stairs. Okay, we do have some flickering there now, but the times when I'm gonna be in here are... It'll be fine. Okay, so... Need a ceiling. We have some serious issues that a ceiling must cover, and also lights. There must be lights. Where... Where did he even go? I tried to move it and it just sort of shoop. Man, I wish I had wider pieces. Okay, not that one. Let's just bring that in there like that. I wish I had a person here so that I could measure this properly, but I'm just gonna try and do this by eyeball. I may still have to adjust that once I do actually put in the ceiling, but for now, at least, this looks correct. But yeah, everything is too tall. Like, everything is too tall. The 4 meters is too much. Like, look at this. The keeper barely makes it halfway on this thing. And they've got extra height because of the hat. It ain't right. Everything is too tall. Okay. So, still need columns for the back porch. That part will be easy. At least, and it will be easy to remember because boy does it not look right without them. We still need a staff door. Preferably either a yellow or a green one. Obviously, we'll be needing a ceiling and a roof up here, but I am not putting that in until I've gotten the other exhibits in here and planted the garden. And of course, there's a lot of decor around. One of the foxes has escaped. It's Ian! Are you actually outside, Ian? No, you're not. Regularly cleans out the zoo, my foxes. Oh, look at that! Ian just got back into his pen on his own. It's a miracle. Alright, so there is lots of decor left. Of course, there's the gharials and the alligators that need to be dealt with. As I mentioned, I am going to be making their water more shallow so that they can't deep dive, but that they still feel like they have enough water. Simply because I don't want to make underwater viewing for them, because I want them to be on the water. Illusion! Need to redirect the train tracks so that they come over the water over here. which will hopefully allow me to have a train station here-ish. That's the hope. The tracks will probably be the next thing that I work on, because that is going to give me a lot of information about what sort of spaces I'm working with over here, which will allow me to figure out where the staff rooms for the alligators are going to go. They need to be somewhere nearby. Like, they have to be nearby enough that the water machines touch this water. But other than that, yeah. So I think I need this train station before I can finish the alligators. I could probably finish the gharials at any point because I've got their machines. I do actually need to do a bit more work on them because I didn't really cover them very well. I don't love it, but yeah. But yeah, I have the staff area here and the machines for the gharials, so I could finish the gharials at any point. Like I've got the majority of the shell laid out here. Actually, let's just do a quick gharial search. What height of fence? 1 meter. Gharials can't jump. Okay, so this is going to be more than enough. That works out perfectly in my favor. So once I am finished tormenting the amphibians, I could turn my attention to the gharials immediately, but the alligators are going to have to wait quite some time. I do have them laid out, but there's a lot of things that need to be finished before I can do them. Partially, I've got to get this built. I'm kind of locked into the location of the alligators, but these guys, I'm not actually sure if I can fit them in here. The railway might be a bit of a problem. Because this is another, these would be the platypus. And for the platypus, I would absolutely want underwater viewing. But because they're small creatures, I don't want to go below ground for that. So I would actually be doing ground level water viewing and then having people climb up to the terrestrial viewing. I may need more space than I have given myself here. Like, it's possible I actually have to rotate this. Possibly I have to go this way instead of this way. I will figure that out. I will figure that out when the time comes. And also, I did not label which of these was land and which of these was water, which is definitely an oversight on my part. But yeah, so we need to get the rest of the amphibians installed. The amphibians need to be labeled as amphibians. We have lots of space for that. I am going to put some trim on this house that is going to hide these hideous seam lines. Why don't these line up? Why do these line up but these don't line up? What is going on here? Why? Yeah, I think I'm going to be putting some bright green trim on this house. Just to cover my shame. and obviously decor work. But yeah, I need to fool around with the railroad and at least get the station set down, if not built, before I can build the alligators. And probably I should build the platypi before I build the alligators as well. The gharials, yeah, I can literally do them anytime. Probably that will be where I turn my attention next after the amphibians, because yeah, they're ready to go. They've got their machines. There's a staff facility right there. The whole outline is pretty much done for them. There's just the curved viewing area that needs to be dealt with. So yeah, this is probably the best place to turn my attention next after the amphibians. And speaking of which, I refuse to give up. Okay, that is a pretty one. We'll take that one. The others aren't so pretty. I am disappointed. I really think these guys are gorgeous. Apparently the game does not agree with me. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. So I've still got 2 more pre-frogs, the bullfrog and the fire salamander to install, and a tour to make, and a garden to plant, and obviously 2 pairs of ceilings and a roof to put on. A lot of work. But I would say that I've made it more than halfway through the actual construction here. Admittedly, putting the ceiling on the downstairs is going to be difficult. I think what I may do is build it up here, lift it up, stick the lights to it, and then drop it. That might be the easier way to do it. The only issue will be seeing what the heck I'm doing, because the best way to do it would be to use non-grid pieces so that I can use the adjust. But yeah, keeping track of where the ceiling needs to be when using the non-grid pieces is going to be interesting. Haven't actually decided what material to make the ceiling out of yet. Probably plaster. Does plaster have non-grid pieces? It does not. Okay, it will not be plaster. Wait, I'm remembering. Okay. The mud has non-grid pieces, and they also have the advantage of being thinner. And we also have the 4x4. But yeah, see, if I rotate this and then rotate me, see how much thinner this is than the actual wall. Like this is the width of the core of the wall, which is, yeah. So basically, make a ceiling out of this up here where I can work, lift it up to attach the lights to it, and then drop it down as a unit to make the ceiling below. Maybe even make a copy of it so that I can have the same thing for the ceiling above here. I think that's a good plan. Actually, I should write that down. Um. Okay, amphibians equals mud non-grid ceiling plus railings. Can't forget to put a railing on here or OSHA will come for me. Oh, but although, and also I need to put like a planter pot in here to cover up this mess of a corner. Totally doable. Not actually all that hard, in fact, but, you know, a thing that needs to be done for sanity. Because otherwise there's a big hole into the lake. And people persist in bringing their children to this zoo. I will debate about bringing the longer base skirt around. I mean, from this angle, it does look pretty weird. Looks slightly less weird from this angle, but from this one, yeah, I'm gonna think about it. If I do, I'm deleting the interior columns. But yeah, there's a very good chance that I'm going to bring the slightly longer bit around, just for consistency's sake. Admittedly, that means I'm going to have to put more trim on the place, but once I've got one ring of trim, I can put as many rings of trim on as I want. I could stripe it like a candy cane. It'd be fine. A little bit of extra effort, but fine. Maybe even pretty. But yeah, we are giving Big Gray Box right now, and I'm not sure what roof to put on this. There's a part of me that says, you know, flat thatch, but that stuff does not seem very well. I'll show you. We come in here. If I say thatch, the main problem, the palm thatch is extremely directional. And the thatch roof is just, the seams are so noticeable. But this building is already so tall. If I put even the lowest peaked roof on it, I am concerned. It'll be taller than the train station. And 3 times as depressing. Actually, yeah, it's already taller than the train station. It's already taller than the train station, so maybe I shouldn't worry about that too much. Oh, blast. I forgot to put the don't walk through here on this corner. I must do that, or else I will forget. I'm so glad that I noticed. Okay, security. Put this up here. Like this. I can't even see where it is anymore. I choose to believe that it's in at least vaguely the right place. Let's see if I just sort of... Okay, yeah, that's perfect. That's fine. We're good. Because, yeah, I want people exiting from this door. I don't want them phasing through the walls. But, yeah, I don't expect to see a lot of people at this end of the zoo. Frankly, I have had to limit visitors. And also the foxes keep scaring people away. But there's only about 2,000 visitors in the entire zoo, just to keep things under control. So they're just not making it down here very much, which is part of why I'm going very strongly with the train system, because it's pretty much the only thing that will bring people this deep into the zoo without building a whole nother entrance, which I don't want to do. So that's why I'm going about things the way that I am. What is that thing that's sparkling down there? Oh, it's barriers because I've got this open. Okay. See, no more sparkle. So, definitely made some progress here. Hey, are there any pretty frogs? Why is the golden frog the least pretty one? I'm still taking her. So, massive progress. Definitely not done. Setting up the tour is going to be interesting. I think I might actually gather the tour up here, run them through the upstairs and then the downstairs and out this side. Because there's more space for gathering here, and this is close to the train station. It's always good to have the gathering point for a tour nearby where people would find it easy to come from. So the main problem is that I didn't actually set up any tour posts downstairs, so I have made a little effort for myself on that front. But I do have some space here. And I could even make more space by just, extending this out there, I think. Actually, maybe not, because we do have the curve here. But still, I could gather the tour here, nice and close to the train station, and run them through the upstairs tanks. Then they can have their break down here with the toilets and the table that they keep colliding with. Oh, they're stuck. They're really stuck. Let me help you. They unsticked. Okay, maybe if I put this over here, that won't happen again. And actually, can I can. Just plop that down there, and then we've got like throughway there and through here, and room for queues there. Yeah. Yeah, we really need some lights in here. But yeah, the tour can do the upstairs of the 5 tanks, have their break, and then do the last 2 tanks and be released outside. Yeah. I like this plan. This is a good plan. Look at that big hole! Okay, excuse me. I'm amusing myself, okay? So, ceilings and plants and more frogs. And also, I guess, a salamander. Why? Why will none of you be pretty? Anyway, so I think this is the I think this has been excellent progress tonight, and I have run an entire, oh my goodness, how is it already 2 a.m.? I must call it a night because I have important things that need to be done tomorrow that I need to actually be awake for, I'm told. So I will pause the zoo. I really want to put a thatch roof on this place. We are going to save this as save to. The zoo has reached the point where loading is a little iffy, so unfortunately I've had to go to basically a backup system. The new save loaded in perfectly. I know that one works. Unfortunately, it doesn't have anything that I did tonight in it. That is all save 2. If save 2 loads next week, I will overwrite new save with what I do next week. This means I can lose entire week's worth of progress, but it also means that I will never entirely lose the zoo if I should happen to overload the place. If it reaches the point where I cannot expand the zoo without the load breaking, I will have to call it done, admittedly. Which is unfortunate because there's still more stuff I want to put in here. But the more animals that I put in, the harder time it has, unfortunately. But so far, it has been good. It takes a long time to load, but it does load. So I'm doing this as a safety measure, and we'll see how it goes going forward. In the meantime, if you are fascinated by what I'm doing in the zoo and all these things that I've been building and the methods that I use to do so, you can find the entire process of the Nocturne Zoo on my YouTube page, which I have just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there for Planet Zoo. It has the Nocturne Zoo from the very first day that I started streaming it when it didn't have a name, right up until last week. And this week's stream will be going up on Saturday. So that is many, many, many hours worth of Planet Zoo to pour your way through and watch me argue with rocks. There's so much arguing with rocks. But you know, if you prefer to see me live, unfortunately, I have had to cancel tomorrow's stream due to having to take care of a family thing that I couldn't take care of over the weekend because of the very upset weather. So unfortunately there will not be a stream tomorrow, but the next stream will be on Wednesday night, starting at approximately 7:15 or so. I will be playing group games with my friends. We will play either Among Us or 100% Orange Juice or Scribble It, depending on how many people we have and which people we have. Possibly we will even play a combination of the above, depending on if people arrive late or leave early, that sort of thing. We have a formula for figuring that sort of stuff out, so And it works a lot better in practice than it does when one is trying to describe it. So we do have it down to a science at this point, and we know what we're doing, we think. So that's how that's going to go. And that is the plan. Then around 10:15 or 10:30 or so on Wednesday, when my friends abandon me for this whole thing that they call sleeping before work, that is when I will be switching over to play some Power Wash Simulator, which I play on the second Wednesday of every month. So I will be continuing to wash a mini golf course that I started last month in July, and seeing how much further I get on that. I don't know if I can finish it because it is very large and extensive. I got one hole out of washed last time. I'm not sure how much more I can do in the amount of time I have, but I'm going to try very hard to finish it before the end of the stream, without running until 2 a.m. like I have tonight. That's the thought, anyway. Then on Thursday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Hades for Try Not to Die Thursday. I will be continuing on my campaign in that one, trying to gather as much nectar as I can get my hands on so that I can buy some more diamonds to buy some more upgrades. So hopefully increase my survival, and also trying very hard to get out of Elysium. I've only gotten out of Elysium twice now, and I still haven't gotten past Lord Hades himself, but I'm gonna keep trying. I refuse to give up, is basically what I'm saying here. So, plans? Who knows? Ambitions? Oh yeah. Ambition is the name of the game. So that's the plan for that. Then on Sunday night, I will be starting a brand new game starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I finished Baldur's Gate 3, so it's time to move on to another long play RPG. And I have chosen Rogue Trader because I've been playing a lot of fantasy. It's time for some sci-fi. So that was the entire decision-making process there. Is I want a sci-fi game because I played all 3 Baldur's Gates in a row, and that is a lot of fantasy. So that's where we're at. I will be playing Rogue Trader. I have managed to be unspoiled in that so far. It's miraculous, considering how long it's been out. So I hope to have a lot of fun with that one, and hopefully not be traumatized too much. Looking at you, Baldur's Gate 3. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo, where we're gonna get some more frogs in here. There must be more frogs. And a salamander, I suppose. But frogs! There must be frogs! So, that is the upcoming week in my schedule, all the games that I'm going to be playing, and everything that I intend to be doing in those games. I actually have a plan for all of them except Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader, the only plan is start. But, you know, starting is good. Starting is definitely a necessary step. So I'm feeling pretty confident about everything. And, you know, even when I don't have a clear plan, which I came in here tonight being like, I gotta do something with the lake. And I still had a lot of fun. And I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!